Live, and I've always wanted to do a New Year's Live show out there because I am a fan of Dick Clark and all of these guys, and there's going to be a lot of programming out there tonight, and we think you should take a look at that too and come back to us as check us out every hour. Thing is there. So while there's a lot of stuff out there, we're going to be talking about real things, real time, and real intentions. And now I'm going to hand it over to Reverend Don Lewis, the man of the hour, the man in the white suit, and the pagan with a suit for every occasion.
This is true. Thank you, and welcome everyone. Welcome to New Year's Eve with us. Myself, Reverend Don Lewis, the Right Reverend Sir Jason Highcarell, the Reverend Sir Mary Hawk, the Right Reverend Sir Ed Hubbard, who who so kindly introduced us and is with us. And we want to thank you for tuning in. And as Edward was saying, we're going to be on for 5 hours. So if you also want to go and observe some other things and come back, that's wonderful. There's so many things going on tonight. I see Marika Cloran in the chat room. Welcome, Marika. And Michael Fraser. Welcome, Michael. And we want to give a particular shout out to the Wizard's Cupboard in Thanatisasa, Florida, who have opened their store on New Year's Eve just to showcase this broadcast. And we want to thank you so much for doing that. That is so gratifying. And it's going to be a lovely evening. And welcome Lori Blackman in the chat room.
Hi, Lori.
If you are watching this, we're on many different platforms. And I understand YouTube Live is the best way to be in the chat. And we want to talk with you. We're here for you tonight. And we're also here to celebrate the end of 2022. Welcome, Sherry Marshall. And to celebrate the beginning of 2023. And among other things, I have my tarot cards, which will probably come out later in the evening. And it's going to be a lovely night. And we're going to be discussing a number of subjects this evening, as well as whatever people watching may bring to us. And the first one is Reverend Don's Super Omnibus of Magical Incantations and Invocations for All Occasions. And you say, what? The Super Omnibus was created many years ago. Welcome, Elizabeth Norrock. Welcome, Rev Michael M. And it was created many years ago as a download. It included almost 200 pages of spells and artwork. And many people at the time acquired it. I was just talking with the Right Reverend John Anastasio the other day, who says he still has his copy and is very happy to have it. But now, oh, wonderful. Now, for the first time, it's coming out as a book. And Sir Marianne Kay put all of this together. And she did a beautiful job with it. There are also some original pieces in the version that we're going to be talking about tonight, which is a collectible version that we're doing through Kickstarter Make 100. And welcome Mary Cavalcante, Bradley Fosterberry, my dear niece Elizabeth. Welcome, welcome. And we're making this available through a Kickstarter Make 100, which means that we can only have 100 backers. We are offering 125 copies of the book. Some people can get 2. They will be signed and numbered and dated by me, and they will be collectible. They are a hardcover version. And again, some of the artwork will be unique to this volume. Welcome Shocker alum, and welcome everyone in the chat room.
And that was Lord Gary. That was it. So, wow, that's a little bit interesting. I'm trying to put. We're experimenting. This is a very experimental evening of the Pagan World Project, and so the project has been launched and it is available for anyone to actually be there. And as you can see, we're going to run the overlay for the moment on the side. But this is a very exciting moment. This is even last year we were talking about doing a New Year's Eve special.
Mm-hmm. We've never done this before.
What?
We've never done this before. It's wonderful.
Nope, this is brand new. The inaugural, not first, inaugural. I hate when people use the word first annual. No, it's inaugural. The word for first is inaugural. first inaugural across the board. We're on 15 channels tonight, and that is an exciting transmission across the board. And a lot of them through this the power of Restream has allowed us to really kind of have a conversation with them, which you're seeing on the side. So it's really fun. And I
Yes,
think we're a
indeed.
different channel. It is. But so let me go ahead and let me ask you, Don. So 2022, good and bad.
I thought it was good overall, but I believe 23 is going to be better. I feel like the energies of the universe are really aligning to supercharge the things that are being done in the world, particularly ours. It is a year of the rabbit, and we Corellians do have that whole sacred fluffy bunny thing going on. Our tradition was founded in the year of the rabbit. Saret and I are both born in the year of the rabbit.
And this particular rabbit, right?
Yes, this is our rabbit for the first time since 1963.
Well, wow.
And that tells me it's our year.
Yes.
And we have a lot of things coming this year. And I want to welcome Joanne Griffin and Chandra Klokenga and Jared Crow and Janet Winston and everyone in the chat room. So the very first thing this year is the Super Omnibus, which is back after so many years. And you may wonder why we have a book called the Super Omnibus of Magical Incantations and Invocations for all occasions. And the answer is that was originally an inside joke. Many years ago, we were creating a product called Mini Spells, which basically were poetic spells that could be done while you lit a candle and focused your intention. And those are the spells that are in the omnibus. But we wanted to include in the mini spells where they came from. So we made up this incredibly pompously named book, never imagining that a few years later it would actually be compiled. In those days, Lord Gary in the chat room points out it was a huge folder, and it certainly was. Welcome, Sir Michael Neal. And the downloadable omnibus with its folder weighed 6 pounds when you printed it out. Much of that was, however, the folder and the fact that the art and the writing were both in there separately. So the book isn't going to be 6 pounds, which will be good for shipping. But if you'd like to see some of the artwork, we do have a video at the Kickstarter, which will show you some of the artwork.
It is posted in the hub. I posted it in the hub for you guys.
Thank you. And I'm very glad to see it coming back. And the fact that our first act of the new year is bringing out a book, I think also speaks a lot to what this year is going to be, because we have a lot of books in queue to come out this year. We spent 2022 bringing out book after book as well, revisions of older books particularly. And we have a number coming this year, including one from John Anastasio. I'm hoping to get the Greek and Spanish language degree lessons out as books this year in their completeness. And we will take those with us to the Parliament of World's Religions, among other things. I believe you're muted.
Because Spirit doesn't want me to speak. That's wonderful. We had to decompress all of that a little bit. The chats are coming out and take the overlay over for a minute, so it's not quite distracting. So I'm going to ask each of you a very important question, and I am going to start with Sir Jason High-Corral. Okay, so Jason, number one positive, I think 2022 is very positive for a lot of us, and people are asking, oh, who are we speaking for? I think tonight we're speaking for a general pagan community that is around us through Pagan Pride, through various groups that we have, through this upstart pagan world. Last year at this time, we were not talking television, not in the way we is, and we are on Roku tonight. I just checked that, so good. Yay! We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook. We're transmitting like we have always dreamt of. Most people don't know Jason High-Corral there. As you know, was there the day we in our diabolical lab, the Corellian laboratory. Look at the meme.
The gray elephant. The gray elephant.
The gray elephant. We launched and hand coded and had the real words of doing Pagan Night television. And we started from there, Magic TV. We'd be one of the earliest YouTubers and everything else. And Jason was there right at the start. So, Jason, 2022 is, I think, a big year. So, why don't you tell me what was the biggest event for you this year?
Well, my biggest event was going back to Chicago Pagan Pride. I loved going there. It was a wonderful experience seeing, new people and seeing some of the old people that, I haven't seen in years. That was really nice to do this year. Let's see, St. Louis Pagan Picnic. That was a lot of old faces and new faces there.
I think it was a wonderful year for travel, but I think the biggest thing has been Pagan World TV.
Yeah.
And the thing I was reminded on as we came on this evening was the very first time we tried streaming video. Back in 2010 at the Witches Ball in Salem, Massachusetts. And the amount of equipment we needed to carry with us to do that required a tea tray to be rolled along on. And it was very bulky. And to be able to do this so simply now is amazing. It's wonderful. And we've always been dedicated to producing video as well as written material, to covering the events in our community, to providing education. And this, I think, is a wonderful tool to do that. And it's just been amazing. And we want to welcome Storm Lee Raindrops. And I just received a secret missive from the first priestess of the Corellian tradition, the Most Reverend Stephanie Neal, to let us know that she is watching. And she is interested in possibly coming on in a little while.
Oh, wonderful.
And you're muted.
You're muted.
I'm doing that to be very, very careful.
Yeah, understandable.
So, anyone DM me directly and I'll send you the invite. We can have up to 10 people at a time. There'll be a little bit of managing, but we can have a lot of fun doing this. This is a very experimental evening, and we have gotten our first. I haven't really looked at the name of it, but they mentioned themselves, a Reverend Michael Chem. Thank you so much. I told him, he just bought our first copy. 99 more to go, Don, for your first copy that was sold. Yay.
Yay.
That's wonderful.
Oh,
all right.
And we have a Happy New Year from my hubby.
Oh.
Hi, hubby.
Thank you, Don. The other Don?
The voice of Pagan World TV.
I think that's very great. I think it's been great. So, Mary, different year than you expected. We expect a lot of people. Neil Goodman says he's going to be on. We're going to have a great evening. This is just beginning. We're only 15 minutes. We have 4 hours and 45 minutes to complete. And I'm not quite sure that the East Coasters might take it on for a little longer. We're on all your favorite networks, because Pagan World is not just a television station. It's not just a network. We're a fucking reality show waiting to happen in your life. So there you go. So there you go. Mary, so tell us what has been the most fantastic thing in your year today, other than your lovely husband, Don. And there you go.
Well, got two things that are equally fantastic, to be honest. One is Pagan World TV. Being the general manager has been awesome, getting the station up and running, getting so much awesome programming going, and just seeing the impact we're having has been awesome. And my other one, as coordinator of Nashville Pagan Pride Day, has just been being live again, getting out in the park and being able to hold a live event and seeing our community come back together after 2 years of online.
And it was wonderful.
Yes, and I'm so glad that Lord Don and Sarah Ed were able to join us, as well as Lori and Chad Blackman.
It was totally delightful. You have a lovely community, a lovely event, and a lovely new tree.
Yes, we had to replace the tree we had done ritual around, had had to be taken down because it was diseased. So we planted a new tree that we named Dare because it's an oak tree, and that is the Celtic word for oak. So
Yes, indeed. So we were talking about the Kickstarter, and I wanted to elaborate a little bit on this idea because it's an aspect of crowdfunding. And what is it about crowdfunding that is important? It's the fact that we can do it so easily in our community. It is a way for our community to fund a lot of projects if they choose to do so. For the most part, it does not require any kind of startup cost. You don't have to put the cost in until you've already made the money. And a lot of the things our community would like to do could be done through crowdfunding. And I really hope that we see a lot more of that coming. We're certainly going to be doing a lot more of it because it's worked beautifully for us so far. And I highly encourage people to look into that. And we want to say hello to Melinda Holsapple, to Kathy Laquites, and everyone, to Noreen Sullivan, and everyone in the chat room. And thank you so much for joining us on this lovely New Year's Eve. And crowdfunding, I think, could be a huge benefactor to our pagan community. It's something we couldn't really do years ago, but it's so simple now. It's like this video. Years ago when we were first experimenting with video, the technology to do something like this cost tens of thousands of dollars. As I was saying, as late as 2010, we were able to do it, but it was difficult and it was bulky. Now it's become so easy, and crowdfunding is the same way. What was once difficult and challenging now is so much simpler. And I really encourage anyone in the community who has a project they would like to do to consider crowdfunding. And welcome, Cosmo.
Hello. Sorry about that. Hello.
How are you this evening, Cosmo?
Good. Apologies. We had a little car issue earlier today, so we've been dealing with that. I think that's all clear now.
That's good. We're glad to have you here.
None
Thank
needed.
you.
I'm grateful to have you. So to introduce you, Cosmo has been very involved in the Pagan World Project in the sense of he's a fan. He's been really helpful. He's introduced us to a lot of people. And during the telethon, he was a big part of that. And that's his story and other people's stories to tell, but I'm just really grateful to have him here today.
Yeah, thank y'all for having me. I really appreciate it, Ed and Reverend Don. This is fantastic. And thank you, Mary and Reverend Jason. I appreciate y'all for this.
Well, we're glad to have you here. I'm going to send the link to Lady Stephanie.
So in the comments, we have Blood Sacrifice and Art from Lori Blackman. Now, Lori Blackman did something amazing
for the planting of the tree. There was
for the planting of the tree. Yeah, there was blood. Yes, there was people blood for it. And one of the things I think that was really important this year for Lori Blackman, let's go ahead and say it, she earned her 3rd degree, which is not easy.
That's true.
She's heading out. And not only did she do that while doing a lot of work, Dean, we started a new class today. I'll let Don talk about that. But she's earned her 3rd degree. She's Lady Lori Blackman, and we want to congratulate her this year.
Yes, indeed. And so the course that we're talking about is a year-long course in Druidry, and it is from, let me just make sure I'm saying it correctly because I want to say Black Mountain Druidry. And of course, oh, there we are. Yes.
Don't worry about it, Don.
Well, Black Mountain Druid. It's 1 year. It's available to all Witch School students. It's a free class. And you can find that at witchschool.com. And we're planning to have a lot of new classes this year, both supporting classes and and basic classes, which means free classes, because we've always believed in offering as much as we can to as many people as we can. Our attitude in creating Witch School was that the more you can get good information in people's hands, the better everything is going to be. And so this is from the Black Mountain Druid Order. And it's a wonderful class. And Lady Lori has been working very hard to get it up. And we want to say hello to Bill Sims, who has entered the chat room. And I think that I highly encourage everyone to try the class and see what you think. And we
have now your second book of 100 of Backers of Souls. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I love it when things move that fast.
I do want to talk about next year. One of the things Pagan World TV's got on its side is that we're going to talk about a lot of shows, but one of the shows we're going to talk is about Witch Starter.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to be a very important one. WitchStarter.com. We own this site. When one of the strange things that happened this year, Kickstarter did a witch thing called Witch Starter, and they ended up getting 300 projects, $6.5 million, 77% rate of success. Oh my God! Kickstarter asked us, used our name, used us as a prop, and paid us for it. I can't ask for better this year. And so we really now are looking at it. And the Make 100 project is really part of their campaign. They're setting up. Don gets to be a part of a special group of people they're going to promote additionally by only offering 100 backers. So we're not just doing it to launch for Don, but we're doing it in the Kickstarter program. So that we can build, so Don can build better things, because we're going to bring the tarot cards eventually back.
Yes.
And that sort of thing. But I think the community needs a crowdfunding. I want you guys' opinions on that.
I've kind of spoken to that, but Lady or Reverend Mary, what do you have to say about that?
Well, crowdfunding is a great way to go on funding projects, because trying to get anything off the ground is expensive anymore, and we have to do it together as a community. And I have supported a lot of projects, and a lot of them, it's not just about the end goal, it's about being part of community. And it's helping each other, it's supporting each other. And it's seeing people's dreams come true. And I see somebody is posting about they may need to be starting a crowdfunding for their shrine, and that's what it's for.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it's for, Autumn. But what I like about a lot of crowdfunding is a lot of them, you can kick in $10, $15, so you don't have to be able to make a huge donation in order to help reach the goal.
Yeah.
So, and I think Mary Calvacante is saying she found us through crowdfunding. If I'm interpreting her comment correctly, so that is great. So yes, crowdfunding, I think, is the way to go in the future. And what do we have here?
This is the original artwork that was done for the cover of this copy of the Omnibus. It is brand new. And I just thought, since it was laying right here, I would show it to people. And this is the kind of artwork that is in the book.
That is beautiful.
Thank you. Because, I'm an artist, I can't help
there.
myself.
He's probably sketching as he's talking on here.
So Jason, do you have anything to say about crowdfunding?
I think it's wonderful. I think it helps get projects off the ground. I mean, you don't, and individuals don't have, like Mary said, don't have to donate a lot. I mean, but it does build up. I mean,
Mhm.
$10 here, $10 here will help dramatically on any project.
Mhm.
I mean, it doesn't even necessarily have to be. I mean, for the pagan community, it is amazing and so easy to do now. I mean,
Yes.
mailing out. I mean, one of our biggest crowdfunding thing that we've done before then was when we for Witch School when we were doing CDs for
Yes.
99 cents. I mean, getting our information out there, but it
Mhm.
was one of our first ways of crowdfunding
Mhm.
to get a
And
lot of our. If it wasn't for that,
Yeah.
we would never done the Witches Across America tour.
that's true. Absolutely.
And I've got to meet so many of the Corellians and other pagans in the community.
That was quite the experience. I mean, we went through I don't know how many states. Some of them at night where we didn't get to see anything,
could
but we
see-
went through them.
Especially the trip from Washington down to California.
Yeah, we did see everything, but we were so brain dead we couldn't possibly remember it because it was such a long drive. But it was a wonderful time. We got to see, among other people, Mitra Lujan and her beautiful home in Los Gatos Lane, and it was a lovely trip. And if you would like to learn more about that trip, if you go to Corellian.com under Adventures, there is a report on it that's several pages long.
You'll see us
We
with a lot
started-
less gray.
Oh my goodness, yes. Yeah, we were all less gray then.
I said we.
Yeah. I
So I want to do it. We reached $350 on your initial Kickstarter of $500.
wonderful.
Thank you, Cosmo, as led. We have 3 bids
Thank
on
you,
it.
Cosmo.
So there's only 97 left.
Welcome.
I could concentrate 23 days. I should have put it at 72, but so let me go ahead and offer this. I want to bring Cosmo here. Let me bring him to the forefront. I'm having fun. I'm learning this technology just like all of you. I have a lot to say about technology later when we're all having had some few drinks and we've had a lot of energy. But one of the big things that Cosmo here, the gentleman there, Christopher, was really helpful. And Eric is the other gentleman who's having a great time in the Queens. And tonight in the Queens, Eric Irvin and his Island Pride should be having a great time. Remember, tonight I want everybody to have a great time. But was the Paladins' first telethon? I mean, it was unique.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was fantastic. Yeah. I mean, now because of that, it created, I don't know if can you hear me okay, Ed?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Oh, yeah. The Parliament of the World Religions, that really opened my eyes. And, I booked a spot on that for this coming August. So I'm looking forward to that. But the telethon was really intense. I'm normally an introvert, so I like my seclusion, my solitude.
So we're going to drag you out.
Yeah. So it pushed me out. It kind of pushed me to do things I normally don't do, and I enjoyed it. And I wanted to be a part of it too because I followed Magic TV for at least a couple of years, and I've kind of been sitting on the periphery very quietly, but just totally absorbing everything over time. And I felt like, there's such a vibe there. I really wanted to connect and be a part of that. And obviously that telethon was huge for that. Created great awareness. The principles, the things of, just the diversity, even the Pagan World TV, I think it really goes together, right? The two. And that really converged at the same time. And now it's like I'm part of this broader community. And I really, another thing I enjoy, I apologize for taking off my glasses, the Chancellor's chat. I just feel like Reverend Don is so giving to provide that time. And I know he's done it for years and years, and I'm just thankful to be a part of that. I mean, I feel like I'm coming in late and but Well,
we're
better
very
late than
back.
never, because I'm part of it. And Reverend Don, I'm looking forward to, like, if you did do some kind of segment next year on horror films or anything like that, please, keep me in mind. That'd be fantastic. Just even to do research, even if it's in the background, I'm perfectly happy with that.
Well, since you mentioned that,
oh yeah, sure,
I absolutely do want to do that. Cosmo has been one of the biggest fans of Reverend Don's Library of Horror, which were public domain horror films that we were screening on our channel. And I would like to pick that up again and do more in the new year. And if you're willing to be part of that project, it will be a great help.
As a person in charge of this, trying to sell the station to the world and trying to raise funds, Lord Don's Library of Horror is one of the best pieces we've got. We can see it.
It is.
Absolutely. So we need more of that. I mean, absolutely.
Yes.
And that goes across the board. We don't lack time. We don't lack bandwidth. We don't lack anything but execution of the idea. And we've got a hook into the mainstream. We'll talk about that later, but my God, we do have a hook into the mainstream. And
yes,
Lord Don's horror movies, oh my God. I am begging him to do more. Please, everybody pressure Don to do more movies.
I totally want to. It was very enjoyable. For anyone who hasn't seen Reverend Don's Library of Horror, what it was not just any horror films, but horror films that had a metaphysical aspect to them.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them had very deep metaphysical messages. Some it was peripheral, but it was a lot of fun. It was very enjoyable.
Yeah, and you get into the philosophy of it, and like you said, and there's a lot there with the classics. I mean, people don't realize the treasures that are there. I think I mentioned to you through chat, I rewatched M the other day with Peter Lorre, and oh my goodness, that felt still very contemporary. They did it. I mean, that very methodical film. I was struck. It's been a few years since I've seen it. Now watching with fresh eyes, I was struck how this early 1930s film was just felt so intelligent, methodical, and so well acted, and had such a strong climax. And I think I mentioned to you the climax was so strong that I misremembered it, and I thought the crowd had really done him in, But I guess the last scene is the court. But that was a very powerful film. There's a lot of classics like that, and you pointed that out in your segments that you had. And so I'm kind of looking forward to that. Little hidden gems that I've been finding, even with 1950s sci-fi, that I didn't know was out there. And
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was just thinking, I just got through reading a book, by the way. On this note, I don't know if you've got through reading this fiction, The Year of the Witching, and actually that was really good. Talking, metaphysical or philosophical explorations of witchcraft, of strong patriarchal societies, in women's place in that. And this book really explored this, kind of making it more contemporary, but it's looking at some of the stuff that probably happened in Salem. But I don't know. I blew through this book in I don't know how many hours. And these films are the same way, though. And when they explore not just the horror, but like you said, the horror has something to it, some gravitas, some metaphysical aspect. And you pointed this out with The Mummy, the Boris Karloff film.
Yes, I was going to mention that one.
Yeah,
I consider that the best horror metaphysical film ever made.
I just rewatched it last week.
Another interesting film, Metropolis, which is famous as a science fiction film and one of the first science fiction films, also has a metaphysical aspect to it that I think people have largely forgotten. And interesting little metaphysical touches show up in a lot of places in early film.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this too, that sometimes it's also about what you bring into it. And as long as you don't bring cynical eyes, but you appreciate a film for the time that it was constructed as well, and not negate, there may be things that don't hold up well today, maybe certain prejudice come through a character or this or that. But if you set it aside and appreciate a piece of art for the time frame it's in, you're going to learn a lot from that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, indeed. And we would like to welcome Her Eminence, the Most Reverend Stephanie Neal. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Stephanie.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Here I am celebrating New Year's Eve like I always do with my red boa.
Wonderful. I love that color.
Fabulous.
Thank you. So you may continue.
Well, we're happy to have you with us.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt this very interesting conversation
Oh.
about horror movies. So,
But this is New Year's Eve. We can move on because we don't want to be. We're not too deep.
That's
tonight.
right.
I mean, it is a shallow night because I love New Year's Eve because it is a night for drinkers and the amateurs. But I am a professional drinker. Remember, for every glass that you drink, you should drink a glass of water to avoid hangovers in the morning. Let me offer you that to all of you tonight. So 1 year ago, our world was not the same.
No.
None of us saw the world the same way. And did Stephanie already run off?
no, I'm here.
Okay, good. I didn't. Your picture's not there. I was showing there.
Obviously, I couldn't fit in here, but that's fine. I'm
Well, let
enjoying
me fix
myself.
that.
Well, all right.
Let me fix that.
There
Here we
are.
are.
There you go.
So Jonah Shapiro in the chat room is asking if we have anyone in North Florida. And actually, there's a very large Corellian presence in Jacksonville, Florida, and some other parts of Florida as well. I don't know that I ever anticipated Florida being a major hub of Corellianism, but it is. I myself am in Jacksonville, and we have people all around the world. So we were talking about crowdfunding. One of the other things we're crowdfunding is our Corellian mission to the Parliament of the World's Religions. And if you are not familiar with the Parliament of the World's Religions, it is a gathering of, it is the world's foremost interfaith gathering with religious leaders from around the world coming together. It first was held in 1893 in Chicago. This year, it is returning to Chicago for the first time in 30 years. And we will be there, and there will be a lot of us there. And we're working very hard to send a large delegation to the Parliament. The Parliament, there are a lot of things that are important about the Parliament, including its effect on public opinion around the world. The people who come to the Parliament are community leaders from wherever they've come from, for the most part. And if they leave with a favorable impression, they will take that home. And the clergy from around the world affect how governments see movements such as ours. So our being there allows us to create a positive impression for people. And we're really hoping to have at least 100 people. We're actually well on our way there. And we're hoping to have quite an experience at the Parliament. We've had people at every modern Parliament since 1993. Edward in particular has been at every modern Parliament. And they really are quite the experience. So if you happen to be able to be in Chicago in August of 2023, I highly recommend you look into the Parliament. And we see that Jonah Shapiro is near Gainesville, which is not terribly far from us. And we but we're all over the place. And the Parliament, we have been working steadily to crowdfund our presence there. The Order of Paladins did a telethon, Corellians Live 2022, for the purpose of raising funds for the Order of Paladins and their presence at the Parliament. The main tradition has been raising funds through a variety of means, including a number of items that are for sale at Corellian.com, with the proceeds going to promote our Corellian mission to the Parliament. And it's just, it's a very important thing to have a presence there, to be seen there, and to have that influence. we often ask in the pagan community what we can do to improve our position, what we can do to move ourselves forward in the world, and this is one of the biggest things we can do. And so I highly encourage everyone who can to consider attending. And I will be there, Lady Stephanie will be there, Lord Jason will be there, Sir Mary will be there. Are you coming, Cosmo? I'm not sure.
Yes, I signed up early on, so
Yes.
I think I did it as a loner because I come in as a loner, but I was going to hook up with y'all hopefully. So
Wonderful.
But yeah, I did register.
There is no such as a loner. We're going to have a good support crew. And of course, Pagan World TV will be there broadcasting live. Fact
Yes.
is
Absolutely.
and actually, people don't realize that in 2009, I became the first pagan reporter of the Parliament of World Religions. And that Pagan World TV, through Magic TV and Pagan Snack Radio, Psychic Chicago Radio, our lineage as Corellians, we're actually like top notch. Like we have press passes that can get us in almost anywhere in the world. So if people are interested in being part of the media, I mean, I've been in rooms with Jane Goodall, and oh yeah, we've really earned a position in media, and we're going to be broadcasting live from the Parliament.
Yes, indeed.
So, Lady Stephanie, we've asked everything. What is the biggest thing that has happened to you this year in 2022? Because we think 22 is generally a positive year for us, right?
Correct. There are so many big things that has happened within this single year. And it's obvious collectively there are so many things shifting in a good way, in a sense of revealing things that need to be revealed, so that new inventions and new ways of processing things and easier ways to come together. It seems like it's a culmination of many pagans doing many works and hard work through the time, as we've all experienced through the decades, that we see glimmers of these things starting to take shape. And that, I guess, I look at things in a gestalt manner, and I see the picture is going to be absolutely amazing, because there's so many people ready to step up and continue to do the next work that's going to be landing in all of our hands.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Definitely.
One of the things we're going to do at the Parliament is to establish a crystal web access point during the Parliament. We have crystal web access points all over the world. Even in Antarctica, we have 2 crystal access points. I don't know if people are familiar with Antarctica. It does not have a permanent population. I believe they switch out every 6 months. And on 2 occasions, we've had people there who created crystal access points as part of the crystal web. And if you're not familiar with crystal web, Sir Ed started it in 1988 on the occasion of the harmonic convergence. And the Corellian tradition has greatly worked with it for these many years. Every month we do a ritual to help to cleanse and strengthen the web. We often do tradition-wide rituals to use the energy of the web. And what it is a great energetic engine intended to bring together as much energy as possible for healing, for communication, for any number of purposes. And it's a wonderful thing. We have a number of master access points, including one at Sacred Sea Temple, which is Lady Stephanie's temple. A couple in Chicago from many, many years ago that are still master access points. We have spread the crystal web around the world. And if you're interested in the crystal web, you can go to Corellian.com, and there's a whole page on how to create a crystal access point. but they can be very useful. They have many purposes, and we will be creating one at the Parliament, at least one, and that's one of the things we'll be doing during that week. Of course, what we'll mostly be doing is attending the Parliament itself and meeting people from other religions, working with people from other religions, hopefully getting to know them. And I think as all previous parliaments, it will be quite the experience. We've been known to do many illustrations at Parliament. We have done Crystal Web Ritual at Parliament. We've done a number of presentations on our Corellian Peace Campaign. If you're not familiar with the Peace Campaign, we have a great many Corellians who are involved in praying for peace on a regular basis, working energy for peace. And so these are some of the things that we do, and some of the things we will be focusing on this year, and particularly at the Parliament.
And regarding the Parliament, another good way to contribute to people coming together at the Parliament is going to the core store in Corellian.com, because there are things there that are simply devoted, singularly devoted. All the profits, all the proceeds will go to the Parliament.
Yes, indeed. So we're making a major push. And we have new people coming in the chat room who I haven't necessarily had a chance to say hello to, but hello. Thank you for being with us. We're very happy to have you here. And, you know, we're just having a nice laid back chat as we count down the hours till midnight. And we've had a lot of interesting experiences at Parliament. I think for me, probably the most memorable one was in Salt Lake City. And part of that was the beautiful architecture of the city itself. I was very impressed. And we started talking then about the importance of this sort of thing within the context of a movement, of having artwork, of having sacred places. And one of the things that we're going to be starting to focus on this year is what's tentatively called Corellian City. What it will end up being called, we'll find out. But a place to have a physical headquarters that can be a repository for the many things that the tradition has, including, for example, the library behind me, the photos from the High Corel family who founded the tradition, objects of art that we have in large numbers. We want to make sure these things are preserved. And to preserve them, we're going to need a place to put them. I don't want to find myself suddenly having to move across country at the age of 80, hauling all these things. I want to have that taken care of long in advance. And this is one of the things you'll hear us talking about more and more as we go forward. We have a hope to establish such a thing within the next few years. It's certainly not an overnight project. There's no way to make it an overnight project. But it is something that we're looking at.
It's a place that can truly be a headquarters where people can enter in and see all these amazing artifacts. I'm talking about things that we have that I think there's even a few pieces that Caroline herself, the jewelry
yes,
that she wore, that she had in her life, among many other pieces of first priestesses of the tradition. I'll make sure I'll throw my boa in there too, just so that.
Wonderful.
Of course.
Yes.
I can take that boa from you. It matches me right now.
Hi, Lady Lori. How are you?
Hello. Happy New Year, everyone.
Ah, there
Happy
you
New
are.
Year.
Hey,
Happy
Lori.
New Year.
Hi, Mary.
Yes, and it's always a good thing to have the chancellor and the other leadership of the tradition to have a place, a headquarters, so that everyone can convene to do, like even with the publishing company that is and the pagan world. There's many things that can be incorporated in the headquarters as they develop so wonderfully as they're doing now. It just, everything will be a little easier if there's in fact a headquarters. So I'm excited to get to the point where we can really kick this off, so that there could be some serious discussions about, okay, what is our next step?
Yes. It is an exciting time. And you know what? Later tonight, we're going to have some of our Karelian musical artists on with us.
Nice.
And I was thinking earlier, we're going to have the Right Reverend John Anastasio and the Reverend Sir Ebony Nash, who are both wonderful musicians.
And nominated for
Yes.
Musician
of
the Year.
And Cloud.
And Cloud.
And Cloud as well,
Cloud.
yes. And, you know, we have
and
always felt that the arts were so important. And I'm so pleased to see that we have come to the point that we have significant artistic presence. And but that's one of the reasons that we need to have a headquarters in the future, to preserve the legacy of all these things and to build upon it. Also, we need a place for our servers, because we will want to have them in our custody in the future.
Right.
That will become important.
Yes.
And we have done so much video and audio and written work, but it's vulnerable by not being in our direct possession in some cases. And that's one of the reasons for looking at the headquarters, also to make sure that we can have it in our direct possession. And you know, we often think only of the things that are right in front of us, but we must also think of the future. We have to think of what is going to be important as we go forward. And these will be some of the things. It is true.
Yes.
And you know, we often say that the Karelian tradition is a family, and we are also a family business, and we have to make sure to pass it to the next generation. It was not. It is not the property of our generation alone. It was handed to us from our ancestors, and will be handed to our descendants, and we must make sure that it remains strong for them.
Absolutely.
I couldn't agree more on that.
And we are so grateful for Zoom and meeting platforms like this, but there's just nothing that can replace looking at a archival piece of information or an art project, illustrations, books. It's immense, and it's spread all across America, I think, and probably most of it probably in Lord Jason's hands.
There's a lot of it.
And family members, and I have much of it, and I'm sure other people do.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have a lot of Bitterwind artwork.
Well, nice.
Yes, indeed.
Very nice.
And preserving that is very important.
Yes. Or just the simple fact of going into a room together and be able to have meetings in person, discussing whatever we would like to, whatever we're working on in that particular area or that particular time. There's just too many reasons why this is so important to have a headquarters.
Yes, indeed.
So let me offer an update while you guys are there. At the Magic back end, we're at 681. You've already had 5 backers for the Rev Don Lewis Super Omnibus of Magical Incantation. And
thank you, everyone.
Yeah, so I thought that was worthy to share.
Yes,
and
indeed.
So I think the other thing that's very important upstairs, we've actually done a really great job this year. I think one of the things that I think the community should really congratulate itself, and I'm watching the entranceway. There she is, Sarah Ebony. Yay!
Welcome.
Female artist of the year.
Oh man, I
Yay!
didn't realize that I got caught on the camera doing that.
I
It's
apologize.
only being broadcast around the world. It's no big deal.
Yay!
You're not close enough.
Congratulations are in order.
For what?
Yes.
You're
For the
starting
nomination.
school and for the
Oh, and
I was
nomination.
like, what? Oh yeah, thank you.
Speaking of
You are so
crowdfunding,
welcome.
Thank you so
Yes.
much, you guys. It's been a lot going on lately. Everybody's got so much good stuff happening. Yeah, I was just scrolling through as I normally do, and I was like, oh, my messages from the IPMA. Okay, what? Like I had a whole moment. Like, what's going on here? I'm just so honored, and I'm just like, I don't know. It's been crazy here. Like, if you had told me this is where I'd be sitting right now, in January of this year, I would have probably laughed really hard at you and told you, you need to reevaluate your life choices, because whatever made you think that, you're wrong. But clearly, but yeah, like music wise, it's just been really cool, and I'm just great for the nomination and that people enjoy
How
what
many
I
weeks
do.
were you on the charts?
Technically, I still am there. I haven't left
Okay.
yet.
Okay.
She's not left the
Um,
chart.
Great.
So I guess that would, let's see, I sent IPR this and the Cauldron this event horizon in March, and so April would have been when I first was on there.
Yeah.
you certainly deserve that nomination.
Yes, you do.
So you know what I have
Stop.
to
Y'all
say,
making
right,
me blush
sis?
purple
Goddess is good.
all the time.
You know it.
You couldn't wait to do that on camera, could you?
I couldn't.
I know.
And nobody still knows what we're doing, but that's all good.
No, not at all. Everybody's just like, okay, we're just gonna smile, let them work it out. It's okay.
So you were very much a part of the telethon for the Paladins. You did a lot of work on it. It was amazing, which was a crowdfunding thing. And recently you've run, if you're willing to talk about it, your own crowdfunding experience, right? To get yourself forward.
Yes,
Would you like to talk about it? Can I get you to talk about it?
yes, you can. As Lady Lori mentioned a second ago, I got into school recently, University of Maine at Augusta. I will be studying my Bachelor in Music in Contemporary and Popular Music, emphasis on the sonic arts, which is what I do, actually. So now I actually know what it is that I do, which is great. And I'm going to get a minor in music business as well. To speak to the crowdfunding aspect. So when I started the application process in November, I discovered that I had a 20-year-old bill from the first school that I went to, which was fairly large. And I was like, okay, they wouldn't give me my transcript until at least, well, at first they wanted the whole thing paid, which was $3,400. And I'm like, yeah, don't have that right away. So I'm like, what do I do? So I was trying to whittle it down a bit, because it's 20 years old, and it's not like a student loan thing where, that would help. It's, old music, library fees and, cable, stuff that wouldn't have been covered. So I'm like, well, I don't know how to come up with this kind of money. So I got them to allow me to pay a big chunk up front and then set up a payment plan for the rest so that they could get my transcript done. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that. And I actually did do it's like GoFundMe, but it was a different type of thing. It's kind of, I forget what it's called off the top of my head right now. But yeah, it was really amazing the amount of people that were like, "Oh, what you need," and just, and as Jason said earlier, it really, you don't need to put in like these thousands and thousands. I mean, if people can do that, that's wonderful. But like really, it's the 5s and the 10s and the 15s and the 20s that add up over and over and over. That's how the telethon got where it did. We were right all the way to the end, and boom, we were halfway before we know, and over, and didn't even realize we were over until and then, and it was the same thing with this. It's just like, I got, if you get enough people saying the same thing at the same time, and people start catching on, and like I said, it's building enough people to do, what they can, and that's what community is about. It's multiple people doing their small part, which makes it a big thing. And that's how I turned into me just needing $1,500 to release my transcript so that I could get into school. It had turned into almost having the whole thing paid off at this point. So I'm, it's really, really, it taught me a big lesson in my own shadow work with, asking for help and reaching out and saying, hey, I don't know how to do this on my own. What does anybody have any suggestions? Because that's how it all started with, I don't know what to do. and I opened up to my community that has grown beyond measure for years now, but especially in this year. And now here I am starting my, school. The whole thing is, this is the 4th time I go to school. And so I felt at first that I'd made all these mistakes, but these mistakes that I made over the years, I still pass classes. So I actually sit halfway through my degree when I start in 2 weeks. So I'm almost
wonderful.
So, right.
Great
So I'm,
news.
I only, 121 credit degree, and I only need 68 now. And that's a combination of all of the mistakes that I've made. I mean, I could essentially have been done, but I'm not going to look at it that way, because it's not going to do any good for me to look at it. I can't even believe I'm saying this stuff. Y'all know how I was. It's just
Look
weird.
at how you've grown.
It's weird to have
Woo!
optimism. Is that what feeling good about yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I can
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
But
Gotta love you.
And I love all of you guys, because like, seriously, I met the majority of you guys in 2019, the last time we were all in person, of which I can't wait to see you all next year in person. I can't wait. And it's weird to think about how lost I felt then, and how so not lost I feel now. And a lot of you had a big portion of that, a big part of that. And I really appreciate the family that I've gained from you guys. And my partner does as well. And she's right here.
Hello. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year again.
Oh, well, yeah, well, again, because she was like, well, Sal, and I was like, yeah, that's
So
true.
We
this
celebrate several New Years. It's all good.
reminder, Samhain, and choosing a new path in life. It's just a reminder for me that it's a new path, and I'm looking forward to a whole nother year of learning things. And,
You're adorable.
Wonderful.
You are so cute. She's so cute when she's shy. She's on camera all over the world. Yeah,
Literally.
no.
Hi, John.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, I know, but now you really know. It's great. I just love to mess with her sometimes. Yay!
Hello,
We're
handsome.
not often on camera at the same time.
That's true.
We're not. And, I actually was watching the last few minutes on my iPhone, and I didn't click join the stream because I was just mesmerized by your story, and I am so happy for you.
Oh, thank you.
Sir Ebony. It's
Yes.
extraordinary. You are an extraordinary person, and watching the joy just exude from your face, or whatever the word is, was just wonderful. And I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that from you, John, especially because I mean, you guys know, y'all know where I came from. Y'all know where I was when when you all first met me, and to sit here, even from the beginning of the year, to sit here where we are right now, and to know that I'm safe, to know that no one's chasing me right now, to know that no one's trying to regulate what I'm doing, no one's trying to ask me where I'm going, no one's trying to keep me in one spot, no one's holding something against me or holding it over my head, to have so much optimism about things. I did not think that was a possibility for me. I really didn't. I didn't. And it took a lot of work with a lot of people willing to be extremely patient with me, because I know I'm child. Look, I know I'm some work. Okay. I am not. Look, can I say so? You did not. Hey, look, you can get off. Let me tell you, look. Well, to be fair, she would know. Certainly, if anybody's going to know, she would know, because I mean, we're almost 13 years together. So,
Nice.
That's wonderful.
That was cute.
That's the other thing.
Yes, the other thing that's happening, and I will certainly get to that. So,
Yep.
But yeah, like everybody knows just how I know I was hard to deal with, and can still be hard to deal with, as she nodded to. But at the same time, it's just like, now I understand, and now I get it, and now I know how to channel all of this energy and this passion.
And we have shadow work to thank for that. Thank you, Lord Don, and the Correllian tradition.
Amen. Hallelujah.
All day.
The exercises and spells do work.
They do.
It's true. It's really true. I mean, if I could go from where I was to where I'm sitting, I mean, you can do just about anything.
You did the work.
It really is true.
But you did the work.
Yes.
Yeah.
No one else can do it for you.
No.
That's true. You wouldn't have wanted to do that work either for me. Trust me. That is just not a fun. It was not a fun time. So it was totally worth it, totally needed. But
nobody understands that more than me. My life map is what held me back over a year. So
oh my God,
I get it. I get it so much.
That life map, girl. When that happened, I was like, oh, that's where we're going. Oh, we're gonna do that. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. I got you. That life
Lord
map.
John, you have so much going on this month also.
This month?
That's also
nominated.
Oh yes. Congratulations,
you had a couple
John.
new songs out.
Yeah, congratulations.
It's been not this month, it's been this year. I mean, so I put out the one album in February, which I took some grief for saying this at one of the open mics. I said, I put out an album in February called November Moon. And the host put an album out in February called November Moon. I said, yeah. If you listen to it, it makes sense. Why don't you listen to it? So I did that, and I've been playing those songs around here for a couple of years now. And then I guess it was summer of this past summer, there was I I got like 80 things in my head right now that all want to come out at once. But this past summer, there was the information that came out about the Native American boarding schools in Canada.
Right.
And you know that we also have them here in the United States. And thank you, Janet. And and I just I heard that and I saw the response to it. I just kind of popped my cork. And that was where I realized that not only are we all each doing our own shadow work individually, but I'm just talking from a United States perspective now, but living here, we have a legacy of a collective shadow in this country of things that have happened for the past several hundred years that are still affecting us and affecting the people who they affected in the first place. And I said, and that's where I came up with the album American Shadow, which really kind of deals with all of that. But I can only live in that space so long. It's like you'll understand this, Lady Lori, but my New York popped out, and I had some things to say.
I know.
And so I said them, and I said, "Am I going to be able to live in Florida after I put this album out?" I'm not sure. But I ended that album with a song called "Harm Toward None," which was really my way of saying the solution to all of it is a spiritual one, but we have to get on with it, So that was incredibly meaningful for me to do that. And I'm getting support for that stuff from some surprising people. Actually, I did an open mic at the American Legion up in Jack's Beach a while ago. The first thing that happened, of course, was I went in and I met this guy I'd never met before, and I shook his hand and he said, "Merry Christmas." I looked at him. I said, "Well, when in Rome," I said, "Merry Christmas." And he said, "Yeah, we're allowed to say that here." And I didn't say, "Yeah, you're allowed to say it everywhere." But, it was in my head. I said, edit. So I didn't do any of those songs there, but I had some pretty amazing conversations with people while I was there that, if you really, it was a perfect illustration that whatever's going on right now, if we can really just listen to each other and honor the path that people are on and not try to make them somebody they're not, but just meet them where they are, it's just, it works. Anyway.
Yes,
sorry, I don't know how I got there from there, but here you are.
Well, it's a good thing to point out. Many years ago, Pete Pathfinder Davis, who was the founder of the Aquarian Tabernacle Church, talked to me about how he had been received when he moved to the small town of Index, Washington, with the headquarters of his church. And he said that what he did was he went and introduced himself to all the neighbors and let them meet him as Pete before they got to deal with him as the archpriest of the Aquarian Tabernacle. And he said that making that human connection really made a huge difference. And I think that's always good advice.
Right. And that's been really a major part of the problem is the storm of nonsense on social media.
Right.
It just reinforces the polarization. But when you meet people face to face, it's funny how much of that just goes away.
Yes.
And again, why Parliament is so important.
Yes.
Yes.
That is the thing. When you're at Parliament, you are actually with the people, having the conversations, and it really does make a huge difference versus talking online or otherwise. I've always found that to be the best part of the Parliament. Some people love to go and attend all the workshops. I love to hang out in the hallway. I believe Sir Ed would say the same thing. Meet the different people.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the most memorable times we obtained permission at the 2009 Parliament to broadcast from the hallway. And we set up a little table and our laptops and did radio broadcasting for hours with anyone who cared to stop and talk with us. And it was wonderful. It was most memorable.
Awesome.
I'm really looking forward to going to the Parliament this year. It's going to be my first time.
Yeah, me
You're gonna
too.
love
So
it.
same. My
Yep.
first time.
You may find
Really,
it a little
Jake?
overwhelming, but in a good way.
Yes.
Yes.
The fact that it's at McCormick Center is not going to make it any less overwhelming.
No, that place is huge.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be in a huge space because there are so many people who come. But I think this is the largest space in several years.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many interesting things. There are exhibits, there are booths from the different religions, there are all kinds of things going on, not only in the workshops and presentations, but right in the hallway. One of the ones that our people loved the most at recent parliaments was the Langor, which was done by the Sikh delegation, who, in keeping with the custom of their religion, they prepare a meal for anyone who wants it every single day. And people love that.
So let me go ahead and talk about it. Let's get back to our thing. 681, which dollars is what we have for Don's Don's
Yay.
omnibus. And, you know, the first kind of idea of the creative universe that we're entering into. But why don't you talk about the fact that we're crowdfunding our way too? Lady Stephanie and you have all been working to getting our present in that hall of exhibits and having a booth and having a penetration. Why don't you talk about that a little bit?
Do you mean the things that I'm specifically involved with? Well, I guess so, huh? How can I talk about things that I'm not involved with? All right.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And the fact that we're working toward a booth.
Yeah.
Right. Essentially, I donated. I've lost count of how many books, but I've published 5 books. That's what you do when you're in your house for 3 years with the pandemic. Authors become writers, so that's what I did. But anyway, so I guess like maybe I don't want to say no, but I've donated lots of books for that. So 100% of all my books up until Parliament will be devoted and given to the Parliament. However, that Chancellor Don, Sir Ed would like to handle that. And then I came up with this, I thought was a pretty cool piece bag in that it's black. It has a very small, simple word that is embroidered on the front that says surprise peace. And it's something that while you're shopping or while you're at the Parliament, it will really be very beneficial. It's a nice, sturdy bag. And so that's on sale at the core store. And essentially, we're hoping to raise enough money to be able to secure a table so that Don can display his 50,000 books. And other
And your
authors.
many books.
Oh, well,
Yes.
okay. I was hoping for that, but no. Other Acrylian authors.
Like John Anastasio.
Correct.
Exactly. Yes. And John Anastasio's book is one of the best books I've read in my life. So it's truly, it hits the core, it hits notes, pure notes of how to find your way through this life. It's a very interesting take on really shadow work in a sense. I could see that, but it's very. I would rather have John, Lord John, talk about it, not myself. But so once I finish talking about a table, then you can you can talk about that, John, if you like, about your book. But basically, the table is set up so that the church can exhibit the magnificent teachings we have in this tradition, knowing that every one of those books, well, except for one, the one I did about teacups, just put that aside. But everything else is truly game changers, absolutely game changers for anyone that's willing to say, all right, I don't know anything about Satanism. I don't know anything about witchcraft. But these seem to be very approachable, like these people behind the table. And so that's what we're hoping, that they become seeds to be scattered out so that people can really see their life maybe in a completely different way that they've never been told in their entire life.
Yeah.
So
Now we do have a question in the chat room of what the booth costs, which I believe was $5,000, if I remember correctly.
So that is actually for the sponsorship, which includes the booth, and that's what we're going for, a full sponsorship. With that sponsorship, we would get the booth, some other things, and we would be able to sponsor and attend.
Wonderful. And we are looking at a number of our international people coming in for the Parliament. We have Apu Adman Agama and Lake Agama coming from the Philippines. We have the Right Reverend Rain Packery coming from South Africa. And it will be quite nice.
Yes.
Very nice. Very nice.
One of the yay.
Thank you, Lord Jason.
Yay. One of the proudest moments I remember from the Parliament, we brought the 5 Mystic Secrets, which is one of the foundational documents of Correllianism, in several languages, but we also had a pamphlet called What is Wicca, which we were able to get translated by purely our own people into 19 languages.
Wow.
So that people from all over the world who might be at the Parliament would be able to read it in their own language. And I'm hoping that we can have an effect like that at this Parliament, because people do come from all over the world.
Yes.
And it's fascinating to meet people from some of these different religions, some of these different parts of the world, and find out how we're the same and how we're different.
Well, Reverend Don, on that note, can you elaborate on how substantive the discussions are when they get into indigenous rights or women's rights or the climate or any of these things? What's your assessment of when the minds come together, how much traction comes out of that at the Parliament?
I think it varies. Some are deeply substantive, some less so. I mean, that's only to be expected. They have so many presentations, you cannot attend them all because there are 4 or 5 going on at once every day, every hour. But many of them are very deep and really deal with the issues around the world that have to be confronted for things to change. And as I was saying earlier, for me, the best part is actually the people that you meet in the hallways and the conversations you have there. And one of the things we found at the last couple of parliaments is people will stop us in the hallways to talk. And that's lovely.
Yes.
Particularly if we're wearing our robes. The robes get attention.
But do you see traction with, say, action items that come out of that the Parliament then takes on throughout the year to make sure that folks are educated? There's workshops to get to that.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Actually, yes. If you pay attention to the Parliament page, you will see where they are announcing how they're fighting for Iran to be taken out of the UN's Women's Council. They have a lot. Ed, you were one of the first to sign the document. I'm sorry, the name of it was
the Global Ethic.
Yes, the Global Ethic document. There are a lot of things now. They are not. It's not their job to pursue and stop something from happening, but it's more of getting people together to act on how to change something, how to bring it to your community, to have the community act on it and take it forward.
So let me offer my path. This is going to be the 30th anniversary. I worked for the Parliament 2 years before that. A lot of what I've become has come out of the Parliament. Believe it or not, Witchful numbers. So let me go ahead and offer one of the things. Tonight, we would not be here on Pagan World TV if it were not for the Parliament of 1993 religion questioning our right to be there because we lacked identifiable knowledge. So at one moment, I was offered a sort of, yes, Ed's part of the national leadership without really a lot of substance, but I've been working pretty hard with Parliament for over 2 years. To all of a sudden being branded by one leader says it's a privilege you're here at all because you don't have the numbers. And we argued back then, oh, there was a survey that says 135,000 of us. So yeah, you need 100,000. It says, show me those 135,000 in a way I can report to the bureaucracy. So the Parliament really gave me an attitude that we are not just being in tradition, we're being this sort of representative of the thought. In 2000, and now 30 years later, but in 2018, to answer the question directly, we were very substantive in the idea of, we went from Wicca in 1993 being a privilege to 2018 is pagan Wicca as a global religion and being recognized as such. So we were in the grind. So there's a long-term grind and a short-term grind. And there's both of those inside the Parliament. The fact is it hasn't been brought up yet, and I think this is the year maybe before it, is witch hunts. They only did it once. So there's subjects they don't want to play with.
I was really hoping we would have answers because that's one of the things that I put in for as a presentation. So it's both the incremental long-term process of overestimating what we can do in a year and underestimating what we can do. 30 years later, we are represented now fully as we've had members of the board, Phyllis Carrot. We've had a lot of influence. So we're now a world religion through the Parliament, and there was no other place that we could have gotten the same level of recognition. So that's where the Parliament is. So it's both very substantive at the time, and some of it's very fluff, and some of it's beautiful. I mean, the beauty of the musicians and the singing and the dancing, that alone, we have a lot of videos that alone moves the soul. Yes.
But over the long period term, we went from being a ridiculed faith to being represented on the world platform.
Right.
So it's both of those things simultaneously.
Yeah, that's what I was looking, because I do get the emails, Reverend Lori. I also go to the website. So they're really good about communicating. And I think that was important to bring it up to folks who may not be aware of that. So thank you for that answer. And Ed's, that was what I was looking at too, because I remember you had this discussion. And it sounds like there's opportunities to break through prejudices or blocks or things of that nature through these kind of discussions. And for me, that really jumped out. To cut through dogma, to see people for who they are underneath, to build empathy for different cultures, different diverse perspectives, to see how that can strengthen each other. Not that you're changing each other, but you're trying to kind of syncretize a bit or assimilate a bit another perspective that you may not be privy to. If I'm off base, let me know. But that's
No, you're right on target.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In 2015, that's exactly what I was not expecting. And it was very surprising how welcoming everybody was. And being that it was in Salt Lake City, I wasn't expecting the community outside of the Parliament itself. Like when we went shopping or we went to Starbucks and everybody's like, oh, what's that around your neck? What's that you're wearing? And they wanted to engage. They wanted to know, wait, what's Wicca? What do you mean you're a witch? Where's your hat? Things like that. And Lady Alyssa and Lady Elizabeth and I, we had so many great conversations in Starbucks right outside Parliament. And that was very, very eye-opening. And it showed just how when you're there, like I was expecting there to be turmoil, honestly, because it's my first time. Alyssa and I had not such a nice experience on our way there on the plane. We said hello to a priest. And he looked at us like we were crazy. Meanwhile, we're in regular clothes. He doesn't know who we are, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, he's just a pile of sunshine, isn't he? So that's what I was expecting there. And it was everything but that. It was warm and welcoming, and the Sikh, like Lord Don was saying it, and Lord Ed said, with the Langar, and putting all the turbans on people, and including everybody, for everyone to be together as one.
The turbans were a hit.
They were fantastic. I still have my 3. I think I have like one of every color now from them. Fantastic. It was very. It changed that Parliament changed my path completely.
Mm-hmm.
And
so, in case anyone's wondering, about the turban,
yes,
it's a big thing in Sikhism, and it symbolizes freedom.
Yes.
Because at the time of the founding of Sikhism, they were not allowed. The ordinary people were not allowed to wear it. It was a headdress of royalty.
Yes.
And they adopted it in defiance, and they feel that they were making them for anyone who wanted one, because we're all free, and it allowed them, as they were making the turbans, to talk about who they are and what they believe. And it was a wonderfully educational experience for people.
Yes.
And people love their turbans.
Yes. And we have pictures at Corellian.com of that too, and Magic TV. Plenty of videos.
And Facebook, all over Facebook.
All over. Yeah.
Yeah, we are the great picture takers. They're
So I had a question playing off of this, just popped in my head, and I'm wondering, now that it's going into 2023, you see a lot of information on Wicca now, even in Barnes and Nobles. It's and so I wonder also if there's a challenge, though, at the same time, to kind of cut through and educate people on the substance versus the fluff of the proliferation of, with TikTok witches and just the expansion of that. But going with that, there's a positive and a negative, right? There's, some fluff in there. There's some different things. And then, so do you see a particular challenge coming up of dissecting that and getting more to try to educate folks on the Corellian beliefs and separate it a bit from some of the generalities that are out there? I don't know how best to say it, but there's quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a meme that was going around for a while, but talking about how back in the day we had to work so hard to get things, and if we could have seen that the day would come that Becky could buy her sage at Walmart, we would have been horrified. Having been there back in the day, I have to tell you, we would have been thrilled. We would have loved to be able to get supplies that easily. Anyone who put that meme up was not there back in the day. I think it's wonderful that we're everywhere. And we are many different movements kind of running together. And so there are different points of view. And I think that sometimes we need to make that clear with people that, this group over here may think one thing, this group over here thinks another. But I don't see that as a bad thing.
Right.
There's an interesting question on the chat playing off of that. Maybe that relates to emphasizing some of the nature focus, but I don't know if you see that.
I see the question from Stone Riley, or the comment that in the Corellian view, how does the recognition of Wicca help solve the world's problems? I think that the hard-won recognition of the Wiccan religion, by which I'm referring to the broad spectrum of Wicca, really potentially is a big help to the world's problems, because I think that our teachings offer a lot of benefit to the world. And I think too often we have not taken full advantage of the opportunities afforded by that recognition to share our beliefs. Because we were talking about saving the planet and things like climate change long before they were in the mainstream, and yet we're barely taking part in the conversation now. So I think we need to step up and be more part of that. But the fact that there is a recognition of Wicca allows us to do that. If we were to go back 40 years when we were not as well recognized legally. We'd have had a much harder time in doing that. Now, most people know what Wicca is. We certainly have a lot of legal protection, and we can step up and take part in these different things where we have been saying the right things long before other people realized they were the right things. And I think we definitely need to. I think in the past we have often been focused primarily on our survival moving forward, but we also need to be focused on helping the world. We're now in that position. We are taking our place as a world religion. That's a big part of the point of going to the Parliament, that we are an actual player on the world stage, and we need to use that for good. And
yeah, and I think,
go ahead.
Let me try that again. Yeah, I'm sorry, I got an echo there. The other thing is the respecting of people's individual paths and cutting through the polarization that we're experiencing today. So there's nuances there that maybe don't come directly to the surface, but those are some of those other extremely impactful intangibles of respecting and honoring somebody's path and not getting cut up in the polarized view of the world, the binary view, the non-nuanced view of life, and also feeding into the connectedness. That's a big part of it. So when I was reading that question, I hope you don't mind me just interjecting those, since it's free discussion, but those come to mind as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, these are reasons. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying these are reasons the Parliament is so important. I mean, there's a reason we're making such a push, and it really does affect how the world sees us and how we see ourselves. Because so often I think people in the pagan community do not realize just how accepted we really are, how strong we really are, and we must become increasingly cognizant of that if we're going to use those things to make a better world.
And I just want to add that that question was seemingly a simple question, and yet it's not, because humanity is too divided at this point, only thinking in black and white terms, and the otherness, and dismissing groups of people for people that they most likely don't even know. But then there are people that are showing themselves that they just don't talk about humanity as something that, okay, that we will just put up with that group. Correllians don't just put up with other belief systems, in fact, or other groups that are seemingly different than us. In fact, we embrace our differences with other cultures, and by embracing and celebrating everyone, then everyone wins. Everyone learns from each other, and recognizing that there just isn't one type of teacher. There's just not one precept like deity herself, hisself, that we are all faceted human beings, and we recognize that we do have the answers, and the Correllian tradition helps us find the answers, and that can take at least 60,000 books to find, because can approach something in 12 different ways at any given time in their life. So a question would have to be parsed out in such detail that after a while that I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's just too complicated. but yet knowing that we are willing to embrace every group. And even though we just because we're willing, that's why sometimes we receive that reputation of fluffy bunnies. But we wear that.
And we love it.
That's right. We wear that as a badge of honor.
Yeah.
Bunnies multiply, and that's a good thing. That's what we're doing.
And bunnies are very protective of their young. I've seen plenty of bunnies kill snakes and other animals to save them. And, there's a lot of us. That's all I got to say.
Right. And plus, if they taught us, if they talked to us just for a few minutes, they would see the depth of our teachings because it's there.
Oh, yeah.
So, Lord John?
Oh, I was just going to say, before I signed up for Parliament, I said, I knew what we had all been saying about it. I'm getting an error message. Sorry. All right. And I was right off the bat. I think it was like one of the very first statements on the Parliament website was about seeking harmony among the world's religions, which immediately sent me to my mind immediately went to all of the people who talk about unity of religion. And unity is wonderful. Unity to a lot of people implies uniformity, and that is never going to happen. Harmony is a much better idea in my mind because it implies everyone doing their part toward the ultimate good. And if we recognize that every path leads to that, what you're talking about, Lady Steph, is harmony. That not only do we accept all pathways, within the Correllian tradition, we are not prescriptive about the specific path that one follows. And so how much more so for not expecting everyone to be just like everybody else in the sense of uniformity. And harmony to me is a really powerful concept here.
At the same time, it doesn't negate pursuing those basic human rights as central tenets and truths and driving ourselves to explore and know who we are. And I think that's the value I get. And the other thing that comes to mind as well is having occupations that are so technological. A lot of my job, I work at a film studio, but a lot of it's analytics, and I needed that more intuitive side. And I think for me, the Wiccan tradition and the Correllian tradition drives me to think and expand the way I engage the world. And the way I like to think about that too is being open to possibility and wonder and allowing space for that to occur and not trying to over inundate it with rigid logical thinking, but allow space for, I wouldn't necessarily call it the miraculous because it's just what life is. Life has these wonders and things. So I don't know. I think in a lot of ways too, that answers the question. It causes you to expand who you are by looking at yourself, by doing shadow work, by journaling, by introspection.
Yes.
And at the same time, you might be in harmony with others and looking for that and embracing that diversity. It doesn't negate the fact that you still honor central truths. And some of it, you have to discover. But then some of it, there's certain basic human rights that we know about. And I think the Parliament probably speaks to that as well, if I'm not mistaken, as central tenets. So it's, to me, I look at those kind of hand in hand, making sure that my thinking cap's still on, that I don't leave it at the door, but that I don't have rigid thinking that causes me to miss what might be out there sitting in front of me, which I'm really good about doing, is missing the obvious that's sitting in front of you.
So I'm going to lighten this up for the next piece. I want to lighten this up. We've been talking a lot about serious things, but let's go to our fun part. Don, what about predictions for next year? Do you have any predictions that are not heavy and, tarot cards, anything out there?
Well, in the New Year's address, which will be going out tomorrow, I talk about my feeling that the energies of this new year And even the energies of the old year have been moving forward in very good ways. And I think that's going to continue. But I do happen to have my cards, which I was showing earlier. So let's draw some cards for 23 Aquarius, or 2023 if you prefer. And we want to say hello to Brenda Pregandi and Katrina Wynant and Monica Marie Smith in the chat room. Hello, everyone.
Hey,
And anyone else that we have that has come in that we've missed. We're very happy to have you with us. And let's just see what the cards have to say for the coming year. And then after that, maybe someone else could go. And I actually am shuffling them, but you can't really see it because
I can hear them
below the camera. Yeah. So our first card is the Five of Wands. And the Five of Wands basically says, as we go forward into this new year, there are a lot of energies that are in conflict. We already know that. It's the world all around us, but that conflict is very much something that is there and that will affect us as we go forward. Second card, the Eight of Coins, which is mastery of craft. And so I think we will find ourselves really doing those things where we really need to be doing at this time in the coming year, despite that conflict around us. And that we will be able to hold our own focus. And you can see, maybe you can't see, that the man in the picture is making a painting, which takes focus and time. And the things that we want to do will take focus and time. And we must not allow that conflict around us to detract us from that. And then third card, the Ten of Swords, cheerful card. But the Ten of Swords is a situation passing over. Change. Endings of old things, beginnings of new things.
Yes.
And so I would say we're going to find this year, one, it's very important to keep our focus, and we're going to find it transformative. We're going to find huge changes in what we're seeing, even as the world tries to resist those changes. You know, we've talked a lot over the years about the changing of the age, and of course, the old things don't want to go to make room for the new things. But that is to be expected, but the new things are coming. I'm going to draw 3 more cards. And we have the Two of Coins, which is being very, very busy, being very preoccupied with what you're doing. So if we're looking for a year to relax, this is not that year. It's followed by the Princess of Wands. And the Princess of Wands is saying, pardon me.
They need to drink water.
Not water, but close enough. The Princess of Wands is saying that we're almost where we need to be. And we need to act on that. Almost ready. And a third card, the Two of Swords, which is alliance. That the things that we want to do and need to do, we will not do alone. We will need the help of others. Or to put it another way, the community will need to at least somewhat stand together. We'll need to try.
Well, thank you, Lord Don. I didn't know you were doing my personal reading.
That brings us to crowdfunding. Oh.
Yes. Well, as you know, we crowdfunded this tarot.
Yes.
Yes.
And we will be doing that again in the coming year. We'll be having another Kickstarter for the tarot to bring it back to print. Probably in the spring. And there will be some new components. And we will be doing that.
Yay.
So does anyone else have any predictions for the coming year?
Well, while you were shuffling, I was shuffling too, and I picked 4 cards.
Yeah.
And so the first one is the Tower, and the Tower it sort of aligns with your first card.
Yep.
Outworn belief systems are being pushed out of the picture, and it looks like they weren't happy. Falling. So now the Marseille deck has this a lot less violent. The Marseille deck shows, this is the Waite Rider Smith deck. The Marseille deck shows not such violence, but they are basically falling out of a first floor window or outside of the front door. So it's not such a, some people are going to receive the new belief systems, the evolution of humanity, with maybe a couple bruises, and probably won't dive to their death.
Yes. But there may be a clue by 4 or 2.
Oh, well, yes. Then yes, of course, yes. Then the second is the Moon, which the card of illusion, which of course everything's being revealed now, and also with knowing that this is also the marriage card of the Sun and Moon, and the agama of the marriage, and so that is like a magnificent union of 2 opposites melding into one new thing, or a new thought, or a new invention, and on and on and on. A new story. Okay. I'm just getting the highlights because I could talk about each card for a half hour, but yeah. Okay. So anyway, then we have the Fool, of course. Mm-hmm. And here, to me, the Fool is always the universal egg that it's ready to burst open. And a lot of people don't realize that unless they have a really good, good eyes, first of all. On his pouch is the Eye of Horus, and in the red feather of life. And so even though he looks like he's not very smart, in fact, he's coming from a life and entering into a new life. And he is the traveler of all the cards. He's about to take yet another life and yet another journey to experience all the stages of life. But this time he has the red feather of life, and he is looking up, and he knows that his source is within and not without. And then the last card is the Hermit, and that just confirms within and without that there's some people that have never been told, not even by their parents, that they have the one thing that can change their life is in fact believing in themselves. Mm-hmm. And some people can't believe in others and suspicious of others because they can't believe in themselves. So by believing in themselves, that's one of the major metaphysical truths, really, that you start with believing in yourself and recognizing that the light and the answers are within you, and you are the hands and eyes and ears and feet of the goddess and God. And so he looks at the star that's within his, because in that lantern is in fact a star, a 6-pointed star. It reminds us of many things, but for this purpose, for this day, it's the star that causes us to remember our beginnings, for we are all made of stardust. I'm done.
I want awesome. To welcome Stacy Blair. Thank you for coming. And Stacy is the editor of the Corellian Times magazine, for those who don't know.
A lovely person.
Yes.
I
We're
would
so glad she
say
could
that
make it this evening.
2023 is a 7-year in numerology. 7 is a deep number. Introspection, deep thinking, deep spirituality. So it's telling us to approach things, thinking them over, using our deep intuition, utilizing our deep spiritual connections. Don't rush into anything. Think things
That sounds
through.
like good advice for every single year, right?
Every day.
Single
You gotta
year,
keep that-
but it's going to be really specific for this year.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I
It's
think we, yeah, definitely.
As Lord Don said, this is not going to be a year to sit back.
Typical.
No.
Yeah.
It's a very
Especially with
busy
the
year.
economy and stuff. You're right. And not knowing where Russia and Ukraine are going or any other unexpected's coming. So, yeah.
Yep. It's the truth.
Does anyone else have anything to add prediction-wise? Let's not all speak at once.
I'm still unpacking those 2 readings, so it's
Okay.
So I will offer. I guess I will offer something I think is pretty much is a prediction of intensity. I've been every year I pick 1, 2, or 3 words. Last year was integration. It was integration and amplification. And well, I thought about we're always looking at the next thing, and I'm known for it, but I didn't expect to actually be on Roku tonight in the way that we're on Roku. I didn't expect to be having thousands of people download, or even dozens of people download what we're talking about. And while we're not one of the fancy shows doing all the music and all the other things, we'll do some of that. We are looking at setting up our intentions. I think 2023, we as a community have got a lot of leverage. I've been listening to a lot of whiners, people who've been whining. And now I see we have a lot of leverage in society. We're doing a lot of things. I think one of the biggest growth areas in 2023 is going to be the same one in 2022 and 2021. And that's music. Let me be honest.
Mm-hmm.
The music, not just in our community, but it has been explosive. And I kind of made a prediction on that. The fact that we can produce books, and of course, the one I don't like is I expected to see another 2 or 3 Roku and other Amazon Fire channels form up. I'd rather they didn't. I would rather they joined all of our efforts, but it's going to happen. But I don't think people realize how much we've changed since Zoom. I was on a show just recently, Changing World, Changing Times, and they were really deeply complaining about how they couldn't communicate with the community, yet they talked about how much they were communicating with the community through Zoom, because they couldn't do it physically. And if you listen to them, they couldn't do it before COVID, but now that Zoom's here, it makes it, more possible. And I really appreciate everybody here. So my biggest prediction is I don't think we can know what's going to happen after the Parliament.
Right.
I think the Parliament is such an unusual event this year because it's happening in the City of Rebellion. It's happening in a highly, and they're asking us to defend freedom. And I really think they're asking the very people who basically both can answer it and are also responsible for it, or lack of it. It's going to be very interesting stew.
Yes.
So, but more importantly, I think the number one thing is for pagans, you better get ready for some real growth because for every pagan there is today, there's going to be another one next year and another one.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at 300 to 500% growth, in months, year. Yeah, of people who are predicting us, and what that means for us, who knows? But it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes.
Next.
The fabulous appearing and disappearing Sarah Ed.
Yes.
They must be
Well,
magic.
I have really enjoyed being with you all tonight. I'm going to have to take off and
Thank you for
rejoin
being here.
everyone who's here visiting for the holidays. So thank you for letting me participate, and it's wonderful to see everybody and to see the comments on the chat, and just thank you for everything, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Here we go to our 7-year. All right, buckle
Yes.
up. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Have a
Bye-bye.
lovely night. Thank you
Bye.
for being
You
here.
too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm going to have to leave. I have a date with my better half.
Oh.
Woo!
Ooh,
It's game night.
Have a lovely evening.
Happy New Year, Jay.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Hugs to
Thank you for
Star for
coming.
me.
Will do.
Thank you.
And we want to say hello to Diane Spinney in the chat room and Janet Gann.
Hello, everyone.
And I'm sure that
And
because
Lord
the
Mike.
conversation is so good that we miss some of the people as they come in. But if we haven't said hello to you specifically, let us say hello now. And thank you for joining us. And we're almost exactly 2 hours from the new year here on the East Coast. And we've been having quite the lovely conversation.
Yes.
Yes.
You want me to
Yeah.
repost your Kickstarter on
Yes,
there?
please.
Please.
I just happen to have it there. Hopefully that went out, or let me know if I didn't do it right.
Yeah,
did.
it's there. I see it. Another
Perfect.
great thing is going to be the day before Parliament is we will be participating in the Faith of Religions Parade.
Yes.
And that's going to be pretty spectacular to have all of us, whether it's robed in maybe sections or whatever, and
We must have
cars,
robes.
and we must have robes. Yes.
Except for the
Signs,
paladins will be wearing their
singing.
uniforms.
Yes. So that's going to be pretty spectacular to show our numbers there as well.
Absolutely. We love parades.
Oh, we love anything that puts our robes on and takes pictures.
Yes, we do. You know,
All
most
for
years
it.
here in Jacksonville, the Northeast Florida Pagan Leadership Coalition, of which I'm currently president, past vice president, has taken part in the annual River City Pride Parade.
Yes.
Some years we've had a float. Some years we've just participated. Lori famously got kicked out of the parade once because she was walking too slow.
Not me.
Not
Other
you, the
lady
other
Lori.
Lori. The Lori who's in Greece right now.
No,
Yes.
did not.
She did.
Yeah, she was too far behind the rest of them, and so they asked her to move to the sidewalk.
Aww.
Since then, she's usually ridden in one thing or another.
Yeah.
Years ago, we took part in the Haunted Happenings Parade in Salem, which was great fun.
Awesome.
And I'm sure this will be wonderful.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be huge.
Oh, and we have Draco Chavez from Rosarito, Mexico.
Yay.
And welcome. And Draco tells us that he was the original translator for the Spanish language around 20 years ago. Thank you so
That
much.
is so awesome. Thank you.
And
That's
if
real
you
cool.
should be interested in doing more translations, we're working on them, and can always use help. But we're grateful for what you've already done.
Yes.
We're really hoping to ramp up our translations this year. We want to say hello to Echo, who is here with us, and Deborah Orff.
Echo, hi.
And it's lovely.
Yes.
Thank you, Draco. Draco
Awesome.
informs us that they're always available. If you would be kind enough to send me an email at donlewishp@aol.com, we will get everything set up. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I thought it might be nice to talk a little bit about New Year's beliefs, because I have some specific New Year's beliefs I usually follow. I saw Janet was talking about starting out on the right foot, which is called, I believe, first footing historically. I'm a great believer in the idea that the things you do on New Year's Day will continue throughout the year. So I always try to do a lot of different things on New Year's Day. I particularly like to get a little money and spend a little money and go out and do something and get some work done. All the things I want to have in my year. Another old belief is that right at midnight, or alternatively when you get up in the morning on New Year's Day, you open the doors and or windows of your home and you sweep out the negative and sweep in the positive for the new year.
Yeah.
That is another belief, and it's quite interesting to look at these beliefs, and I find I'm very much of the opinion that if you put your belief in something, it will work for you. And I learned that with fortune cookies long ago. I decided I wanted them to work, and they worked for me.
Interesting.
With a few exceptions when they had just gone out and gotten dud fortunes, but that's beside the point. But
I have a
generally speaking,
marvelous fortune cookie story.
yes, please.
My daughter was 12 or 13, and we had gone out for Chinese. And her fortune cookie said, "You will be invited to many interesting social events."
Ooh.
And she starts giggling. And I kid you not, my fortune cookie said it may be necessary to restrain the exuberance of a close associate. And when I read that, she just yelled for the whole restaurant to hear. "But how does the fortune cookie know you're my mom?"
That's cool.
That's cute.
Aw.
Well, it's one of those things that really does work if you allow it to work in your life, and you can get some really remarkable things, and that is one.
Mm-hmm.
The fortune cookie, she
So
knows
you can
all.
go to the social event if I say you can, young lady.
Yes.
And food has a lot to do with New Year's traditions.
Yes.
Collard
What are
greens.
your
So usually lentils for prosperity. Growing up in the Italian household, and pork.
mhm.
It was foods like that. Different down in the South. Now that I'm in the South now, I see a lot of black eyed peas, and I get the correspondence now with the coins of the black eyed peas and the collard greens, the folding of the bill of money for prosperity. Which actually, makes sense for us. It was like the cornbread because it's gold, to bring in the gold, whether it's change, it's just prosperity in general, not a specific thing. One thing that I used to do on New Year's Eve, and I haven't done it in a while, and I actually might do it tonight, is the egg ritual. You take just an egg and you're cleansing your whole entire body. You don't want to miss one spot. You want to do your whole head. You want to do your arms, your legs, even your feet. And then you want to take that egg and crack it into a glass of water. And what you don't want to do is look down into the glass. You want to crack the egg, let it fall to the bottom, and step back. And you'll see layers. So your egg is going to fall to the bottom. And if there's anything in the middle between the top, and you're looking at it head on, not in, that would be the negativity that you took off of yourself. And if you look at the top and there's a film, that's going to be like a webbing of negativity that you want to get rid of. So you're going to fill that glass with salt, and you're still not going to look down into it because you don't want that to come back at you.
Yes.
And, you're going to fill it with the salt, say whatever it is that you want to say, release yourself, release whatever's on you, in you, and dump it outside, dump it however you want to dump it. And going into the new year, you're going into the new year clean.
Very good.
Yeah.
My mother, her New Year food was cabbage. There always had to be cabbage because, cabbage used to be a synonym for money.
Right.
And that was the thought.
Oh, is that why my mom made stuffed cabbage?
It
See,
might
now
be.
that's the Jewish side of my family now, or the Eastern European side. It never dawned on me that stuffed cabbage. Yeah.
I think there's some other reasons cabbage makes appearances at New Year's also, but for my mother, it was because it symbolized prosperity and money.
It was cornbread. My father always wanted cornbread on New Year's.
Yeah.
Come here.
Yeah, it wasn't until I met Chad that I found out about the collard green and the black-eyed peas. And it was like, why are we having this again? And every household made the same thing because, we're going to visit relatives of his. Everybody made the same dish.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting.
Collard, black-eyed peas and collard greens. But I don't like collard greens. So I'm going to have some spinach tomorrow.
No, I'm good.
Greens are greens.
Lady Lori, my sister and housemate here, hated black-eyed peas until Edward made them, and totally changed her opinion because he made them right.
Right.
And so often when people don't like a food, it's because no one's ever made it right for them.
Correct.
And what he did with them was wonderful.
Oh, he's such a good cook. Where did he go?
He's here somewhere.
Where is Sir Ed? Why can't he tell us how to make them right?
No, he won't share. No.
Lots of bacon. Lots of bacon. No, it's just a family dish. I mean, it's about, just like anything else. It's a long cooked food. Most people don't have patience for long cooked foods. Being a person who wants,
do you set it overnight?
You have to set it overnight. If you don't set it overnight, you don't set. Yeah, it's that sort of thing. If you make them from dried beans, you got to set them overnight. But I was poor when there was a period of time where I was poor, so I learned how to cook from scratch because I like good food. People don't do that very much anymore. You cook them from scratch, but I say that a lot. That there's a lot of foods that people don't like that they really would like if they got them cooked more properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for me, I have one big thing. For me, my big New Year's intention thing is I set an intention. I've set some pretty big goals before. So for me, it's about setting intentions. Last year, I was really about integration was my first part. I wanted to start integrating more of my life together in one piece. And then application. This year's intensity. I mean, I've got some incredible, and thanks Stephanie, thanks Don, and everybody else, but I got some incredibly strange gifts this year that I wanted. I got wings for come spring. I've gotten cash for travel. I've gotten everything else. My daughter got me the most weirdest site you ever hear called For the Words. Number 4, the words, and it's a game. It's a D&D game for writing. If you write, you tackle monsters by writing literature, writing your material.
Oh, how interesting!
Awesome.
It's like NAMA, in North American, whatever, Writers Month. So it's continuous. So like you're beating monsters. You said, okay, I have to write so many words in so much time. So it's got timers. That's for writing. And of course, everybody's on my case about getting a book out. So it was kind of very thoughtful. So I've had a very unusual Yule that really sets me up for the summer. Nama Rama, there it is. Somebody mentioned it.
I have to write that down.
Very cool.
So I guess a lot of what I'm looking at is I'm really focusing on dealing with the cities. I've done a lot of the festivals, but I'm thinking about cities. I mean, where are we in the cities? Now they got, be able to fly between cities a little easier.
That's what you meant. You got the wings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay! Congratulations! I'm so happy for you.
Gotten, a number of people and Patreons have really kind of came forward, and I don't ask. I guess I try not to ask for Christmas. I'm not one of these people who ask for a lot of things, but I just happened to mention this thing, and I got it. So it's from May 1st. So people always say from May 2nd through the April 30th. I've got basically what they call an official standby ticket on Frontier Airlines. And I just had to pay the taxes on it and travel.
1 cent. Yeah, I think it was 1 cent and whatever how could you go wrong for as much traveling as you want to do?
Absolutely.
Well,
and
that's
so it's
fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to open up the inner city for me. But then also got writing tools. But let's look at it. My life is exactly where I said it was going to be. How do you make boiled okra taste good? I don't know.
A lot of bacon on that one.
Okra. You bread okra and fry it.
There you go.
There you go.
But I really think that one of the things I think that community is going to be dealing with is look at how far we've come since COVID. I mean, right before COVID, we were already using Zoom. People may not realize, but I was already using Zoom. We were using a lot of these tools. It's the reason we were able to help, not because we learned it faster than them. We were already using them. And now that we're coming out of COVID, how many more tools are we going to be able to use? We really have this sort of almost telepathic communication. What we're doing tonight, we're over Roku, we're over Twitch, we're over Facebook, we're over YouTube. We're having conversations with people. I don't people realize how much, and now the AIs have really moved in. Expert systems, the art and all that. We're about to see some real changes in how we deal with the world, including the pagan world. And I think it's going to be a huge change technologically. I think one of the ideas out there of Corellian City, not only is something we build physically, but we'll design it online. We'll fund it through the crowd. That sort of thing. I mean, I do think that crowdfunding is the answer to pagans tithing. I think people can come forward, and maybe we can build a little stronger site of our own to kind of do it. But I think crowdfunding represents pagan tithing. They can, it's very volunteer. It's that, but people are dedicating a certain amount of money to spend in the community. So I think crowdfunding and subscriptions are where I think you can see a longer term build. So
cool.
There you go. That's what I'm thinking. All right.
Just as you were talking, Sir Ed, it just dawned on me that there are other people that are possibly not pagan or Wiccan that will come across us and will possibly be interested in what this is all about. And I just wonder if it would be feasible if we could explain in some way, speak to these people, encouraging them to check us out or check Wicca out.
Isn't that what we're doing? Isn't that what we're doing right now?
Every day.
Isn't that what we're doing literally in this minute? We're on Roku.
Can I at least say hello to them then?
Say hello.
Hello, we welcome you with open arms.
We do.
We have nearly 4,000 installs already on Roku. I mean, we have literally thousands. We're on 15 different channels right now. So when you're saying that can we reach them, we reach them exactly as we have been.
Ed, that's another good point. You just reminded me that the citizenship. Is there a timeline where the $29.95 expires tonight, or is anything you can speak to about?
Oh, we're keeping it going.
Yeah,
well, we'll have a version of it. The 29, we're running in the $29.99 until the end of next month.
Oh, okay.
The thing we want to do is make sure that Rev Don's omnibus. How do you say that contraption?
Reverend Don's super omnibus of magical incantations and invocations for all occasions.
There you go.
I remember sitting there with the CD when I first got the CD.
Yeah.
This was maybe 2008. I had to actually break that down into little syllables to get it to come out of my mouth the right way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we should run a tongue twister contest as part of the Kickstarter.
Well, it did start as a joke.
So Pagan World TV is going to have its own Kickstarter campaign starting probably a week or so. Because we need it. But the citizenship is a very particular thing. Let me go ahead and talk to the citizenship because we're about to bury it within the site for something called fandom. Because we're talking about reaching all the people out there. There's like 1 million to 2 million to 3 million. We have to treat them more like fans. because citizens are really, people saw as a high commitment. What the citizenship is, the eventual organizational structure around which the pagan world will exist. Not only the television, the radio shows, and all of it inside the Corellian tradition and through its 503, but it'll also be how it's owned and operated through its membership. People who are citizens will have a chance to actually, similar to a Watan Council, will be part of a decentralized organization. And I know I'm starting to speak mumbo jumbo to a lot of it, but it's a decentralized organization that will allow us to control the hundreds of names that we'll control, all of the property we control, all of the shows we that, in a status to let us continue to keep them for a long period of time. And that right is going to be for citizenships. And I think that's going to close up because I don't think a lot of people, either you want it or you're not. And those people have a great deal of control over the site as we move into the metaverse. That's what the citizenship is about. What you're going to see at the beginning of February and through our Kickstarter campaign is we're moving to a more of a fan. We're going to be starting to move into a fan base, which means people who would love to help and support us and who'll like us. But the first class we're going to teach on, we're going to start doing monthly town halls or quarterly town halls for citizens, and give them back energy. And have them have us say something and do things that help us fund stuff. Very similar to what we did for Witch School, but it's not. It's going to go up. We're going to run it through January. It's going to go up in value. It always has. Today Witch School lifetime membership costs $299, and that's a bargain. The citizenship will go through the same thing, but you'll eventually get a citizenship token for Pagan World that allow us to answer and be part of a decentralized blockchain. That's what it's really about. And that's so much more advanced than where we are in the community. We're going to be backing down and creating another grouping of a subscription service called Fan Services. I like these shows. I want to see more of these shows, more of that stuff.
And can you speak to that part too? We have a vendor, let's say, that wants to advertise. They want to get a slot into the programming. What kind of value adds are they getting? I'm working with somebody right now, and Mary,
Sure.
I know you know who I'm working with, but yeah.
Our vendors have been slow to get us their commercials. They get lots and lots of exposures. And a part of our new service is going to showcase every month, which is maybe a 15, 20, even 30-minute showcase. And we ran them during Yule to do practice, and a lot of them reported that they got 5 to 10 to 15. One person mentioned they got like 30 orders through it. A few didn't get anything from it. Some of them did. I won't talk to them because it's their business of how they did. So the showcasing is going to continue. That's a big thing. So a vendor is going to be allowed to create a commercial, which we run between the shows. We run 200. We can run up to 200 commercials a day. Beyond that, then they get a showcase, and we're going to be running a new monthly showcase every month, kind of a Pagan Shopping Network shows. So we're going to do that, and all sorts of different things. Huh?
PSN.
Pagan sales, and we don't
Pagan
know all.
Network.
And let me offer the last thing: we don't know where all the vendors can go. If they want to do things, some of our vendors have created whole shows. If they want to create a show, we'll work with them. I mean, we don't know where it will go. We can tell you the minimum is they get a commercial every day, usually several times a day, but they're guaranteed one commercial a day, and they'll be a member of the showcase. And we're starting incorporating more and more into the site. So that's the official thing, and that gives them exposure. The unofficial thing, you're part of this structure, so we can go on from there. That you can be part of this first year effort. I mean, we've been around 4 months, so.
It's pretty amazing for 4 months.
It has been.
It
It's
really is. We have grown so much.
So a lot of what I'm doing is experimental in the way that Witch School was experimental. People don't remember how how I started Pagans Tonight. I went on every night until I was exhausted, and people finally felt sorry for me, so they started taking shifts.
Yep.
Lasted over 10 years and 6,000 hours on Magic TV. It just was a grind. I mean, we're grinders. Unfortunately, I wish I could say we're the viral people who grow by viral, energy. Like suddenly we have that lots of people, but we're grinders and we're family people, and we work day in and day out. Just kind of get the information out there, and we build these wonderful networks. And we're welcome that you've joined us this year is like an example that it's continued to work.
Yes. And Gary
Yeah.
was saying in the chat room earlier that he was really enjoying the program because he felt like he was sitting around talking with family. And that really is how we like to feel.
Mm-hmm.
And your chancellor's chat is like that too.
Thank you.
And you've even had people comment, just speaking to that and this notion that that's where they come to get some inspiration and lift during the week because certain things are happening in their life and they may need that kind of get together to really reinforce and give them the strength to go through. I mean, I'll throw my hand up. I enjoy it in that regard. So
I'm glad we can do that. I've been doing Chancellor's Chat since 1998, every Monday night. And sometimes I look at that and think, have I really been doing this every week all that time? But, I still love it.
Well, can I make a comment on that too?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that's very gracious of you, and I've made that comment, and I'm going to beat another dead horse. You have a way of showing people how to have civil discourse, and that's hugely important today. And that's another big check if people want to understand and see how that kind of engagement can happen.
Well, thank you for that.
And that goes with the magic TV shows you've done. I mean, you'll talk about something, but you'll take a nuanced view with that. So I encourage folks who haven't watched those past episodes or maybe want to jump onto a chat. I'm sure you'll see that same thing. And I think I certainly take away from that, honing how I engage with others. There's maybe not so metaphysical, but it certainly is part of who we are. It's how we discover who we are, how we engage with the world, and how we communicate. I think we talked about this as well, how to have precision with your language, how to say the things you really mean, and over time hone that more precisely so you're getting to the essence of the truth of things, to connect with somebody. So
it's interesting. You mentioned the vlog, which I did solidly for 10 years. But so many of the questions, there are simple answers that some people would have made, but they really weren't simple questions. And I found actually that the simpler the questions sounded, the more complicated the answer actually was. I think the only question I couldn't really make a decent response to was the person who wanted a spell to turn themselves into a mermaid.
Why not?
Well, I believe I did explain that this could be done in an astral sense, but not really in a physical one.
So you
or
still
if it
found
can,
depth?
I have not seen it.
So you still found the depth of that question, nonetheless. So
well, yeah, but
in some sense,
my thing is that you have to respect the people you're dealing with, and so often I've seen people who treat less experienced people dismissively, and I hate that. The young person who asked that question was quite serious, so I tried to give them a serious answer. And what they actually could do, even though they could not do what they really wanted to do, to the best of my knowledge. Now, I will say there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy, to quote the bard. But I have not seen anything that leads me to believe you can turn yourself into a mermaid in a physical sense. But astrally, absolutely.
My eldest grandchild had mermaid down as what she was going to be when she grew up, when she was about 4.
It's a profession now.
It is, she told me. And I said, well, you're still coming back to see me, right? And she said, oh, yeah, I've got it all figured out. I'll just leave my castle in the ocean, swim up the river, because Nashville's on the Cumberland River. And you can come meet me with the car, and I'll turn into my legs, and we'll go back to your house and have lunch and watch a movie. Then you bring me back to the river, and I'll turn back into my tail and swim home.
Very well thought out. Kudos to her.
I asked her about it a couple of years ago, and she just sighed and said, I never grew a tail.
Well, there are actually people who work as merfolk. And they have tails they put on, and they perform in the water. and they actually make a living doing this. So all hope is
Yes,
not lost.
all hope is, but you have to swim very, very well.
Well, that's true. Any kind of mermaid you're going to be, you must swim very, very well. A mermaid who can't swim is a tragic thing.
That kind of brings up the point too, not just the answers, but having the creative safe space to ask these kind of questions, stuff that kind of stems even from an innocent perspective of the world, or one that we might as adults too rigidly think about in our lives. And we need to be opened up to these ways of non-linear ways of thinking about the world and intuiting other connections that we don't see on the surface. And those kind of creative questions, even they speak to that, I think.
Thank you.
Right.
Well, it's like I was saying about the meme earlier, about how back in the day we had to work hard to find our ingredients and so forth, and how bad it was that Becky can get her sage at Walmart now, or wherever it was. And anyone who is saying that wasn't there back in the day, because we would have loved to be able to get our ingredients that easily. But you have to stop and think. And with the questions, it was that way. If you stop to actually think about them, they often really open doors to subjects you were not expecting. After Fauve had the most interesting questions, often totally off the wall. And I used to quite enjoy finding reasonable answers for them. He asked me once if it was really true that you had to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, in reference to, I believe Kenny Rogers had passed at that time. And I did an answer based on, yes, you must know when to pick your fights. It's not worth expending energy on something that doesn't matter, because then you won't have the energy when it does. And it was perhaps not what he was looking for in the question. I don't know, but it was a very interesting answer to it.
Yeah, that there's something to be said for, at least for me, blending a little stoicism into my practice as well. I think that what you just articulated is a little bit of a stoic principle as well. I think, the things you have control over and what you don't, but and like you said, knowing when to pick your battles and things like that. So there's some kind of common wisdom you can kind of season your practice with, right, or your daily living in that regard.
It's interesting to look back on the vlogs, and do I have? Oh, I do. So out of those 10 years of vlogs, we created so far 2 books. We have Rev Don's Book of Questions #1, which is 100 questions from the vlog, and Rev Don's Book of Questions #2, which is another 100 questions from the vlog, and there are 2 more volumes that will come out in the fullness of time.
I'm missing one.
I have them all. Oh.
I have more than one copy.
Stock.
So yeah, there's a lot here.
I'm jealous.
And it was a very interesting process to go through and edit this, because it brought up all these questions from sometimes 10 years in the past. And sometimes I was sitting there thinking, is that what I said?
I was about to say, would you answer some of them differently if they were posed now?
There might be a few, but for the most part, no. Some of them, if you watch over time, the answer did evolve. One of them, because every now and then somebody had to ask about demons, because they just do. And my initial answer was a much more polite and flowery hogwash. But over time, I became familiar with a wider range of views on the subject. And so I was able later to talk about how in certain backgrounds, the idea of demons is actually just a way of externalizing a problem and then dealing with it as an externalized force. And if that's what you're doing, well, that's not a bad technique. And then there are people in ceremonial magic who work with, quote, demons, but they mean it in the Greek way, spirits, and they regard them as just another pantheon of deities. So it's actually a way more nuanced answer than I started with, because when I started, I was just thinking of the like Roman Catholic / Hollywood idea of demons, and I don't buy it. But these more nuanced ideas were interesting to comment upon and interesting to learn about.
And isn't that where maybe your film segments getting into the metaphysical nature and looking how mainstream culture has represented certain aspects of occult, and then you kind of address the nuances of that, like you did with the Mummy we talked about.
Yeah.
But
people so often don't know what's there.
Yeah.
Go on.
Or they do, but only through the film or through TV,
Yeah.
for instance. And what you're speaking to is taking that, but also using that to play off and expand their notion of what that could mean. Looking at archetypes, looking at mythologies, looking at egregores and other aspects.
Well, speaking of the Mummy, some of the things I like about it are the fact that they had a very well-researched idea of Egyptian religion, at least within the context of the era it was made. And they drew on very real things. Now, what they were doing with them was not real, but it was not, it was still quite deep. And the metaphysical ideas underlining the movie are very well handled. And I thought one of the best parts of the movie is the leading lady, Zita Johann, who is very independent. She is not a languishing maiden being rescued by her boyfriend. In fact, in the climactic scene, the boyfriend is pounding impotently on the door while she has to defend herself from the mummy, and she does. And I think that was so ahead of its time. And the fact that she calls upon the goddess Isis to strike the mummy down as a priestess of Isis is just such a pagan-friendly theme. And you don't see that very often in film. Welcome back, Lori.
Thank you.
Hey, Lori.
Lily is okay?
Yes, Lily's good. She's back to her old annoying self.
Okay.
Good.
And losing more weight. But the film that you were just talking about, is that the one that we watched during, I think it was an event that we did?
Quite possibly. It's the 1932 version.
They were down in the basement or something, or there was a secret door in a wall.
Could be.
Okay.
I think there are a couple of those in that film.
Distinctively
Boris
Karloff version.
Yeah. And Karloff did not do much that wasn't great.
Yeah.
Just the presence of Karloff made it great.
Yeah.
His real name was Henry Pratt.
I
think Karloff flattered him.
Yeah.
Boris Karloff worked so much better for a name. I would love for you to do some more of those for us to run.
I want to do that. I will need some help in finding what films can be used and doing some research on them, because I kind of exhausted what I knew off the top of my head. Although there are a couple of others. I mentioned Metropolis earlier. Metropolis actually, although it didn't entirely make it into the final film, but it had a significant metaphysical aspect in the book. And you see remnants of it in the film. And I don't think people ever stop to think about that, but if you watch what's happening, it's obviously there, because the robot does things a robot cannot do in terms of how she transforms, in terms of how she interacts with people. Even in the 1920s, they would have known a robot could not do that. And if you don't know about the metaphysical part of the story, you might think they were being lazy in their editing, but they were not. There was another depth to that story beyond the obvious one. And
I
there are
love,
lots of
I
interesting
love
films.
movies that have just not have a single strand of a theme, but there's other sub stories happening. That's probably the incorrect way to describe it, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That
like a Russian novel.
yes, running through or going in and out of it. I just love that kind of movie.
Yes.
I was watching a clip from someone's production of Anya Karenina, and I remember trying to read that book. And I got about halfway through volume 1, and there were like 25 different stories all going on at once. It was kind of cool, but you have to have enough time to read a Russian novel. You need a Russian winter to do it in.
Yes, you need to be snowed in. I could not get through Anna Karina. I gave up because I could not keep up with who they all were and what they were doing.
Yep. There was a plethora of characters.
Yeah. Okay, just a couple subplots then, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, those are the ones that stand the test of time because you have so much to them that when you revisit, it's like opening a good book again and you realize you're learning something new from it. Depending on what stage you are in your life, it could change the through line that you gravitate to, the character. I often found Dances with Wolves like that for me. That was always one of my favorites. And every time I watch it, I get something new out of it. But I totally agree with you. And to me, those are the ones I'll go back and watch again and again. I'll buy those.
Yes.
But it's like a good book. But it's one that allows space for you to bring yourself into the story. I think even a good book is like that. It knows that don't overwrite because you've got somebody bringing their experiences as a reader into that. And so you're kind of creating that space for them to engage with it from their own experience, but you're kind of directing that based on whatever story you're telling. But if you can allow that space as well, I think to me, that's the best kind of reading, when you bring yourself into it.
That is completely wonderful how you described that. That's amazing. I love it. In fact, that makes me think that that's what the Correllian tradition is all about, that things are described in such a way that you're given a foundation and then given room to breathe and grow within those precepts. Fantastic.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's interesting if you look at, we mentioned that we were bringing, the Paladin Order is bringing Apu Adman Agama and Lakay Agama from the Philippines for the Parliament. And we're also bringing Lady Rain from South Africa. And both of these areas practice a variation on Correllianism that includes a lot of what is local to the area. Particularly the Philippine temple. And they really work a lot with indigenous healing, indigenous teachings, which for them is part of their Correllianism. And I think that's wonderful. We have temples also in Central and South America that draw on indigenous teachings there, because the people running the temples come from that background. Why wouldn't they honor their ancestors and their traditions? And I think that is wonderful.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Lori, why don't you tell us a little bit about the Druid class? We were talking about it earlier.
Oh, so I'm a good way through it. It is very well written. I like how it's broken down into the 3 different triads of paths. Obviously the earth, the sun, and the earth's path, the sun path, and the moon path. It's set up not to make you become a druid, but to teach you what you need to know for the path of druidry and whether or not you want to take the next step to become a druid. It's written by, can you please pronounce his name?
Sekastain.
Yes, from Black Mountain Druid Order. Again, it was very well written, and it's I've never heard of them before, and from what I understand, they've not heard of us before. And so it was just really great that we combined, and now we both know each other well.
Yes.
And
I must correct myself. It's Senka Skane, not Stain.
Okay. What I like in the beginning is how he teaches about the trees.
Mhm.
Obviously, we're starting with the earth path, your birth tree. And it's not only about picking what your birth tree is, but communicating with your tree, gifting
Mhm.
your tree, taking care of your tree, from your heart, knowing what messages the tree is giving you, how
Mhm.
to tell that the weather's going to change, or what's going to happen in your around you by paying attention to the way the leaves are on the tree, and what's happening. So this isn't something that you're going to go through in a week or two. It's set to take the whole entire year to actually get to know and to not only yourself, but the material to become a druid and the meanings of everything. It's very intensive.
Wonderful.
There's not, as far as testing, it's set up just for one question, and that's to open the next lesson. And it's a tricky question. So you have to actually make sure that you read the whole lesson to answer that one question. I came up with the question, so
very good.
It's really, really great. It's a good course. I think that it being open to everyone
It's
is a
not just
great
for the
thing.
supporting students, but
It is
everyone.
not just for supporting students. It is for our entire membership. So if you're going to be looking for it, it's going to be in the left column under free basic courses. You're not going to find it for supporting courses, because being that it's open for everyone, it's going to be in the first column of courses. Most of it is there's enough to get started up right now, and I'll be adding lessons daily. It's a bit to get it all in. It's 52 lessons, 52 one question tests. And then if you want to explore the path and take it forward, you can join the online site of Black Mountain Druid Order, and maybe with a copy of your transcript, and show him that you did the course. Take it from there. Yep.
Wonderful.
It's fantastic. I think that our students are going to get a lot out of it and like it. And we were talking earlier about the commonality of so many different things, especially from what we saw at Parliament. And I think what caught me with this is the triad, the three, how everything, again, in a different religion completely than Wicca, everything is in three. And I got that also with studying with Circle of Ancient Sisters. With the first lesson, everything is in three. So that's something to keep in mind, and
very cool.
Explore on as well. Yeah.
So if someone is not familiar, we're talking about witchschool.com.
Yes.
The world's first and largest online school of magic and metaphysics.
That is correct.
And if you don't have a membership, you can get a free basic membership or a supporting membership at witchschool.com/subscriptions.
Yes.
And you could even get a lifetime membership, which we had not offered for many years, but we're offering them again for $299, which is still a bargain at that price.
And
you
if
could
you
not,
are,
you could not buy all the books that you would need for the classes.
Just the library alone is going to give you many books that would make that worth that. The library alone. And if you're a supporting member and you want to upgrade, you can do that as well. Just because you're a supporting member, it doesn't mean that you can't buy a lifetime membership.
Absolutely, and they really do last for a lifetime.
Yes, I'm a lifetime member now. Since early 2008.
I'm a lifetime member.
I've gifted.
Jason likes to tell people he got his for $19.99.
Yeah, similar.
I'm not gonna.
I think mine
that was
about
a lot of years ago.
2012.
So
Awesome.
we've been here
Sorry.
21 years.
21 years. Yeah. My big joke this year is we're legal to drink
Yes.
for those that do. Yeah. So if you are interested in the class, what you're going to look for is BDMO 101, and it will say Introduction to Druidry.
Yes.
Mhm.
And
Very
those
cool.
of you that are listening about this wonderful school called Witch School, fear not. You do not have to leave your religion to be part of this school. It's a school that you can explore many ways to live life.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I love about it. It's you can join just to learn about one specific subject. If you want to learn about tarot, well, there's several different courses on tarot, and you don't have to become clergy to take the degree courses, actually. And if you want to learn, well, what is Correllianism? Well, hey, sign up for CWC 101 and learn about it, because that is an absolutely wonderful course for anybody just wanting to learn or whatnot. Thank you.
And although Witch School is run by the Correllian tradition, we teach many different things. You don't have to be Correllian to be involved. You don't have to even touch the Correllian materials if you don't want to.
And there's enough there to keep you going, not to if you don't want to.
There is.
And if you want to be Correllian, you still don't have to leave your tradition, your religion.
That's true. Yeah, we are an agglutinative religion. It's not an either or. So Draco Chavez in the chat room is saying that they have been a member even before Witch School, all the way back to the days of telepathic media.
Wow, awesome.
Because before Witch School was the Daily Spell through telepathic media, which went for several years and is it's why the school was founded, in part because we had so many students through that. We found we needed to have a better platform to serve them. We had 1,200 students within the first hour of opening the school, and over 2,000 that first day.
I love actually going back and looking at where it started, like with Lisa being number one, and just looking at like date created, when the account was created, and like how many were actually created that first day or that first week, and how the numbers jumped for the first month to the first year. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm number 38.
You forgot to get in there right away.
As I recall, we didn't realize
that you had to join.
I think the membership was opened before we realized it was. Edward and myself. Although Edward would probably remember better than I do.
And I know Edward has his set number, so that's why he's where he is. Yep. Awesome.
Getting pizza.
Is he back yet?
My number is 171.
Yes, I didn't want to say the
I was at work
number.
when she opened it up. Lisa opened it up. He said, I'm going to open it up. I said, go right ahead. And I said, I'll register as soon as I get home. And it was 171 by the time I got home. And that was like a half an hour.
Wow. That's amazing.
Well, and we had done a lot of work ahead of it. We had the Daily Spell group.
Right.
And the truth is that Don and his first mentors were sitting on thousands of tests.
That's true.
I mean, that was it, not just a few hundred. So, and what was an answer to? And it's an answer to us now, because I think we're living through the exact same moment at a little higher cycle. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And the idea that we're not in a circle, but a spiral, I think this is one of those moments. I think right now we're in the same sort of boat. And the reason why Witch School had to form is because so many people, it got to be such a popular idea, and so many books are out and so many things out there. Everybody's saying, well, you have to learn by apprentice. Well, where do I find them? And we have been doing for years trying to connect people. And the truth is, in Chicago, we flooded. Every teacher had plenty of students. We really did get the students, find people in tabs, and then there's still more students. There's still more students. We started the email groups, one list, first ones. And the answer is today we still have the same thing. There's now 2 to 3 million people who are claiming to be Wiccan. There's not enough positions. So the idea originally was that we're going to teach online until we can develop enough people in person. We always thought in person would take over. No.
We were naive.
Not only have we continued to grow, but we have in turn created these live places, these live people, these live connections. And now we're doing it again at another level. Pagan World TV is showing people, the world, giving them some connection. People are joining groups. Corellians have got groups. Everybody's got groups. ATC's got groups. Everybody's beginning to grow. We're in a real growth phase. And I don't think people realize how big a growth phase we're about to face.
I don't think they have any clue.
It's truly overwhelming.
Yeah.
And not just Wicca and paganism. I think the witch school, especially Grey School, has really done a good job. I think they're going to grow really big. I think the Eckharts, which have been doing this sort of Orthodox Romanian magic, is going to do well. I think some of the big shops are going to do well. I think this is a growth year for across the board. If you're teaching magic of any kind, it's going to be a good year. And it's going to be a good year for all those coaches who sell The Secret and other sorts of magic, but really not calling it that, calling it the New Age. It irritates me that no way.
I get that.
Yeah, it is. Come on.
Does. I know.
That's what I know.
No, I was raised on that in California, so don't knock them. They were lovely people.
Yeah. So I think we're going to do, and I think, okay, so we have 2 shows coming out from AMC. Let me talk about the Mayfair Witches.
Yes.
And on the second, they're going to have something called We're All Witches. And it looks like it's a really high-class special about witches.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
That's very cool.
I think Lilith Dorsey, it looks like it.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Well, that means it'll be good.
She's awesome.
So we're back. So we're right on the Hollywood skewer right now, being seen as a great thing with all the goodness and badness, and it's just not stopping.
Opposite of how it was maybe 20 years ago, where we were in the Hollywood eye, but in a different light, as being the green person with the warts all over their face. Now, hello, look, we're regular people. We have jobs, we have families.
20 years ago was Harry Potter.
Oh, this is true.
Harry Potter was very good
20
to
years
us.
ago. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
And
we'll go back 40 years ago. Oh my God, that made me old.
But anything that equates you with Maggie Smith has got to be good for you.
Yeah, this is true. So there was a question. Yes, Brenda. There was another course recently opened up, and that was Speak Your Own Book.
Yes.
By Chris Copeland. Very wonderful, talented person. She has a wonderful course to teach you how to gather what you need to create your own book. And that is SYOB 101. That is for supporting members, I believe. That is for supporting members. They just checked. And that is an awesome 12-lesson test. So that
on how to write your own book.
How to write your own book. And you can't go wrong. I mean, she goes through all the grammar. And you notice how I said that. So New York right there. Grammar. She goes through the grammar, people.
As New York as you can get.
Woo, that was bad. She goes through the proper grammar and how to choose your cover and how to, there you go.
And this is the physical book that goes with it.
Physical book that goes with it, which I have too, but you have it right next to you. Awesome.
That tells you what state my office is in.
And let's take that a step further. There's also a support group for that.
Yes.
And she's also doing interviews in that system. Mm-hmm. So that's a complete package. So it is something. And when we've used, and Corellian, and why, gosh, you talk about things on it, but this year, 2022 was the year of the book for us. I mean, we've seen books growing and growing. And I don't think it stopped at 23.
No. I think it's only going to multiply.
You know, she's got 5. Don's got a few more out there, including at $681 the latest, the omnibus, which is like taking us like forever to get there.
It'll get there though. So is this the same Kickstarter as what you posted the other day for the High Priesthood?
No. This is
The
a
High
different
Priest
thing.
But it was all over Facebook.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
actually
there's
only
a different thing for the High Priesthood.
Okay.
But could I ask a question, Lord Don? Is it the same thing as when it was presented several years ago, that
Yes.
any person is allowed to use this information in their projects, in their books? Because that's how it was set up before. That
that's true.
Sure.
Use,
That is, it's the same thing. The Kickstarter.
Okay.
Yeah, and having made it that way, we really couldn't change it if we wanted to.
Okay.
Although now that you mention it, I really should put something saying that in the book for those who don't remember.
Right.
But I
Because
didn't
I
think of
remember with the CD, we were able to print and make postcards and
right.
You know, like I never thought of making a
back in the
postcard
day
and
of
selling
clip
it, but I was making like postcards and mailing it to people, using them for myself. I bought like cardstock and just cut them in half.
Yeah.
So I would get like 2 out of it and make the postcard. Because like, you know, I'm
and
frugal
people would
that
use
way.
it for their scrapbook of shadows.
And newsletters, yeah.
Right.
And there was a
no
big
reason why
And
they
the
can't.
borders are beautiful.
A couple of years ago, people don't remember, like in the mid 2000s, there was a scrapbook movement.
Yeah.
Like this big swept across the big community. Our one of our founding members, Lisa, was big into that.
Was she really? Scrapbooking?
Huge.
Awesome.
And my daughter wrote one of the courses, shadow books of that.
And Ebony is in the chat room and says, there are way too many books I need to buy now.
Well,
there are more
maybe
coming.
There'll be a bundle coming.
Yeah, well, that's another good New Year's commitment, right? Actually getting through those books that we have and making sure we're getting them read. You know, all these treasures people have put down, all of their experience, their insight into these, and the books are treasures. So at some point, you know, I'm speaking for myself. There's ones I need to start really being focused on.
I'm a great fan of books, as you can see from
1
the
hour
room behind
to
me.
East Coast New Year. The year 2023 is flying across the planet and taking out 2022. We have 1 hour, 58 minutes till the Eastern New Year's. Here we go.
Yes, we're 57 minutes away from our first New Year's, and I figure we will have a toast at the hour. So between now and then, if you want to get something or not,
I will.
You can join in the spirit of the toast.
I have some perfectly good rum that needs to be drunk.
So no, I want to answer one person out there that says, you don't need more books. They need a bigger house. I think Don resembles that remark.
Yes. Yeah, the library here in my office is not all of the library. It's about 2/3 of it.
I actually had to go buy 2 more bookcases recently.
I mean, when we were talking earlier about Corellian City, the library is one of the things that, I mean, there's a question, will the tradition really want to preserve it? But a lot of these books, you'd be hard-pressed to find now. And some of them that were printed in the pagan press, there may never have been more than 20 or 30 copies in the first place. Yes. So you might never find it again.
Right.
So I think
it's a library.
It is a resource.
It must be preserved.
Yep.
What are we talking about?
There are all kinds of books. It definitely reflects my eclectic reading nature.
Yes. And I consider books, literature, just as meaningful as any type of art. Creativity.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Takes a lot to write a book.
Sure
as
does.
it does to create a piece of art. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
Although
you
I
know,
couldn't tell you where. Anya Karenina is on there somewhere.
and that brings a. I know, Reverend Don, we talked about this. Some of those older books, and again, I'm beating a dead horse because you and I have talked about this, but the older, like 19th century books, they took their time with thoughts, or some of the old Greek literature or things. You know, go back and look at it. And it's not in that
they were
Twitter
not using Grammarly
mentality. Yeah, it was, and you take a thought.
They used
and you
all the
savor
big
it.
words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they took their time with it, and you know, you get some more pages there.
Yeah.
But if you really wanted to do some introspective kind of thinking alongside your reading, then there's a lot of great books out there that did that, and they honored that, and they took the time to really connect the dots on subtle things that maybe you don't consider because you're too rushed today.
Yeah.
You know, everything's just rush, and it's very superficial on some of the
My father
writings and the
had
literature.
an entire 19th century library as part of his collection, which is now part of mine. I think it's in storage though. But it included famous novels of the time that are not famous now, like The Lady of the Decorations, which was like the best-selling novel of 1912 or something like that.
But that's super cool.
It is. Somewhere I have an ancient copy of Dickens' Christmas Carol that, if it hasn't fallen apart, because it was brittle, but from well back in the 1800s, I couldn't tell you just when. It's certainly not a first copy, but the way that these books are written is different than a lot of people write now. It's much less succinct and much more colorful, a lot more emotional. And something people forget is that in the 19th century, you didn't sit with your book and read it necessarily. You sat with your family and read it aloud. And the book would pass around, and it was family entertainment, which is very different. I'm sure nobody does that now, or very few. But then it was a big thing because it was the 19th century and there was no TV or radio or anything like that. So what else were you
That
going
would
to
be
do?
like so awesome to be doing that again.
Yeah.
I like
I was
that.
talking,
that.
Cosmo gave me a wonderful gift for the holidays in the form of a replica of the mummy case from the 1932
Is that
mummy.
who that was from?
Yes.
Awesome.
Hopefully,
That was
It was
hopefully I was
Cosmo.
supposed to. Hopefully I was not supposed, or not supposed to say that, but it came.
Oh yeah. Plus, you should have gotten Korloff too with it, right? Did you get the figure?
No, but there was the mummy case and the chest.
Hold on.
The good thing
We'll
that
stop,
you
stop right there. No, but I sent two things. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I only got the one.
It might be lost.
It could be snarled in the mail.
Right.
I delegated
A lot of
it.
things are.
That was so maybe I should there. I actually it wasn't intended to be just the one thing. The Karloff figure was a separate box. There were two boxes that I sent you. So
that one has not
now
arrived.
that you okay, but now that you told me that, I'm going to follow up and get that to you. I'm so glad you mentioned it because the Karloff figure went with the accessories. They were two boxes.
That
together.
makes so much sense,
Very
though.
cool.
That's so
Oh
cool.
no! I am so sad now. You ruined the end of my year.
I'm sure we can.
Well, you made his year.
No, I'm gonna get that figure to you ASAP.
Well, thank you.
I don't care if you get two of them. I'm gonna get that to you.
Oh, so Janet is saying her oldest book is 1895 Tom Sawyer.
Very cool.
That's very cool. I love Tom Sawyer.
I think my oldest one is from 1832, and it's a book of beauty secrets for women of the time.
Interesting.
Which probably is like put arsenic on your face or something.
Was that your grandmother's book, or?
It was one of my father's. Where he got it, I don't know. What I was going to say when I brought up the mummy cases, when I posted that, I talked about how ghost stories used to be a big part of the Christmas celebrations that has been kind of let go now. But that's one of the reasons that the Christmas Carol is the way it is involving ghosts. It was very common to do that at that time. And if you read old literature, you'll come across that every now and then. It's quite interesting. one of my guilty pleasures is watching on, I think it's called Brit TV, Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot Mysteries. And they're interesting because they're generally quite well researched, and it's quite interesting to watch them and to see things that you might not remember otherwise.
I love Agatha Christie books.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
I love that Chad takes me to a lot of the old bookstores, and we will like search through, especially the metaphysical section. And I'm like, no, that's still in print. Don't need it. Nope, that's still in print. Don't need it. But occasionally you will find something like from the early 60s, the late 50s. That's like, oh, that we need, that we have to have.
Stone Riley has let us know they're going to say good night. So good night, Stone. Thank you for coming.
Good night, Stone.
Good night, Stone.
Thank you.
I love the fact that we have the chat where we can talk to people.
Yes. And it's easier than the Zoom chat where you don't have to have so many different windows open.
Yeah.
It's just there scrolling. We could add it to here. It's really great.
And Stone had also remarked that the older books have much more poetry in their prose, and that's absolutely so.
Yeah. Especially the Romantic period, almost as a reaction to the Enlightenment, and then they started getting a little more feeling, and with the Shelleys of the world. By the way, I closed out, I just got you that Karloff figure sent to you.
Okay.
I had just ordered another one because I didn't want this year to slip by and you not have that to go with your case. And
well, thank you. That's very kind of you.
So cool.
Same address.
What was interesting here, we got down into the 20s for a few days, which does not happen in Florida.
Did you get any frosting of snow? I know Fort Lauderdale did.
Oh,
they had a dusting, and I'm like, wow, that's like south.
The Floridians must have been falling out of the trees. Like the
yeah, they got a participation award for the first time in their life. They participated in winter.
Well, I know that this was the worst winter in Jacksonville in 30 years. And I think 30 years ago we got snow, but we didn't hear at this house at this time. But it was cold, and poor Mr. Turtle had to stay in his house for 5 days straight.
Oh, he stayed in his house. You didn't have to bring him in.
No, that's why his house was built the way it is.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Because there was a time we had to bring him in. And
I remember. I was wondering who came to help you bring him in.
No, his house is insulated and built to city code.
Yeah, awesome.
And so he can go in the house when he needs to. Now, today, it's beautiful. He can sleep outside.
Awesome.
Which he enjoys doing.
Good.
But when it was cold, he would go in that house himself. All I had to do was close the door.
Oh, cool.
Because he has a heater.
He's not dumb.
No, he's not dumb.
He's a smart tortoise.
Yeah.
He's an African tortoise. He is not built for that weather.
No.
Aww.
We found out the cats are sleeping in their little cat houses to stay warm.
Aw. So they're actually using them this time. Good.
Yes. We found that out because Reverend John, who was here earlier this evening, came to help me turn on the outside water faucet. It was not the only reason he came, but to do that, he had to go through some of the cat houses, and there were cats in them.
Aw.
So we found out.
Good.
Because we do have a cat colony.
Cat houses on the property.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I remember suggesting that we should paint them hot pink and give them like little gingerbread details and things. But she wasn't.
Or all pastel colors and make it like a little Caribbean island going on.
Yes.
There.
Of course, I'm the one who wanted to get resin really bones cute. And hide them in the woods, but maybe get a little resin skull and put a little light inside so it came out through the eyes. But no, she wasn't down for that. Just a little humor. And of course, the actual turtle, who is only about yay big, but he's all but hibernating in his tank. He will come out from time to time, but yeah, it's too cold for him, obviously, and he is sleeping a lot, I assume.
Well, that seems to be a good thing for him to do right now.
Yeah. Yeah. We were pretty cold for several days, and I think yesterday and today. And as cold as it was, I thought like all the insects and stuff would go and die.
It's Florida.
First warm day, I'm like, oh my God, these friggin' elder bugs are back already. Like it's been a half a minute.
Yeah.
They're back.
Yeah,
How was it?
we had.
Yeah, I was gonna say you had it really bad, huh, Mary?
I woke up the Friday before Christmas and it was -1.
That's what we had here. Yeah, -1. I
Negative
feel like of
one.
-4. Like at that point, doesn't matter. -1, -4.
I
I
just
don't miss
rolled
New
over.
York. I feel bad for like everybody up in Buffalo. Prayers to everybody
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
They have 39 gone with this storm.
Mhm.
Horrible.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
So Ebony had a question in the chat room that I didn't see until now, saying that she's curious as to what the oldest book ever written is. And I would say the Epic of Gilgamesh is a possibility, but I don't really know what the oldest book is. But I do know the first writer who was ever identified by name, and that was Enheduanna, who was an Akkadian princess and high priestess, who took it upon herself to reform the liturgy of the religion in Acadia, and actually signed her work for the first time.
You are actually right. The Epic of Gilgamesh started out as a series of Sumerian poems. 2100 BC.
Wow. Long time ago.
Wow, 12th century.
That was an interesting sound.
Yeah.
That was Hella. I'm
I
sorry.
thought it was Hella. I knew it was.
I figured it was either Hella or Lily, but I wasn't sure.
That's Hella.
No, Lily just had her insulin. She had her treat. She's out.
That's a sound
We're
that if you hear it
happy.
in the middle of the night, you worry.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're having fireworks and Hella is
Oh.
not happy about it.
Oh.
We're having
had
them
her
here,
time
but
back.
We have no
this is a
fireworks,
cement block
nothing.
house, and so we really don't hear it.
Oh,
If I were in a different part of the house, I might hear it more, but I can just barely hear it in the distance. I can't imagine it's picking up on the mic. But it has been happening.
yeah.
Yeah, she's just not happy about it.
No.
Alas, poor Hella.
Well, it is only 42 minutes away.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
I do remember many years ago, I read for a Filipino gentleman, and he pointed out that I think I may have asked him what he missed most about the Philippines while living in the U.S., and his answer was New Year's, because apparently in the Philippines they start the fireworks on New Year's Eve and they go for 24 hours, constant.
Wow.
And he said that it's like you can feel the new year coming in because there's vibration everywhere.
Wow.
And I thought that was interesting.
But those poor
Interesting
dogs.
is not my word.
Yeah.
The poor beach cleanup. See, I'm thinking differently. I'm thinking what a mess that's going to make.
Well, I figure it's not unlike the Chinese New Year celebrations that
True.
we used to go to in Chicago, for example. They had a lot of fireworks, not 24 hours worth,
Right.
Until I believe they finally banned them. But yeah, it definitely created an atmosphere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I remember going to the city younger, watching the ball drop, fireworks out on the ocean, in the bay.
Yeah.
Definitely an atmosphere. Yeah. Aw. Poor
Y'all
Hella.
were talking about
Oh, they don't have dogs in the
Oh.
Philippines. Okay. I think they do
Oh.
have dogs.
What? I love your husband.
Is that who wrote it? Oh, for No,
Yeah.
they don't have any dogs. No.
Little houses for the cats.
Yes.
I think that was for you, Lord Don. Little houses
think
on
it was,
stilts
yes.
for the cat. That would be. That's a really good idea. So they have something to climb up. You know,
They would probably enjoy that.
they probably would.
We have a mother and 2 kittens who are living out between the studio and Mr. Turtle.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he thinks of them, but they're frequently in his compound.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what they think of him either,
Oh,
but they seem to get along.
yeah.
Well,
Oh,
Mr.
that's-
Turtle is a vegetarian, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're fine.
Yeah.
No competition. No worries.
And I'm sure he wouldn't be afraid of them because if he ever got them, like it wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
And he's protected by his shell, so I wouldn't be concerned.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Although Lady Lori did send me a picture of Mr. Turtle after she fed him his birthday strawberries, and he looked truly ferocious with red all over his face.
So, but doesn't he? I saw there's quite a few videos going on Facebook or TikTok of them feeding the tortoises, and when they stretch that neck really out and open that mouth, it's like, oh, it is a dinosaur.
Yes.
That's quite scary. Funny story. She tells me, here, go feed Mr. Turtle. Okay, great. Now this is in the old house, Mary. She doesn't tell me that the chair that's in there only has 3 legs. And or I should say 3 legs that are actually stationary, and there's a leg there, but don't like sit to the left or to the right. You have to just like sit at the edge. So here I am, I sit in the chair, I got this basket of food. This turtle comes running at me, and I mean, you think they're slow. That's a myth. They are not slow. And all of a sudden I sit back because I'm taken back. I fall. I got poop on one side, straw in my hair, food all over, and I almost crushed poor Mr. Turtle. And yeah, it was quite a scene.
Sure.
Feed the turtle.
I know it's amazing how much personality they have for a creature that basically doesn't have a lot of facial muscles.
Yeah.
But he can make his feelings known very, very clearly.
Yeah, he's
when that door opened up after 5 days, he was not really a happy turtle. He was happy it opened, but he wasn't happy he'd been in there that long.
Did he like?
No, it was just the look in his eyes.
Wow. Aw, poor baby.
But then once he got out, he was fine.
Sorry. Oh, something y'all said triggered something I was going to ask you. I don't know if it was the turtle or some location you said. I don't spend time on Facebook much, but I did see the post about somebody being in Greece recently. And
yes, Lady Lori.
Can you?
Lady Lori.
Okay.
Denman.
I was curious about that. That was fascinating. Just looking through that. Was there
the Wandering Witch?
It
Okay. And
should be there till Monday.
Oh, and was she also in Norway or some other place? Or
she was everywhere.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. I was trying to piece it together.
Yeah.
On a retirement vacation with her son and daughter through Germany and possibly parts of Scandinavia. Yep. It was a Christmas cruise where they went to the Christmas markets and so forth.
Yep.
And then afterwards, her son came back to the U.S. Her daughter went back to her home in the U.K. And Lori went down to Athens to meet with Konstantinos and Thalia and the Temple of Hermes. And she was having a wonderful time there.
Yes. And then she heads back and they do Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Edinburgh, sure.
Next week, yeah.
Yeah. I actually did get to speak to her the other day, and she was having a great time.
Yeah.
Awesome. Is she compiling something out of this adventure over time? Written material or video material that's going on Pagan World or any of that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, quite a bit of it is actually up in different places. We may have to put it on Pagan World, but because she mostly puts it on Facebook.
Yeah, there's nothing on Pagan World right now, but It'll take some editing, I'm sure. Someone will have to edit it.
But it's very interesting.
Very.
And this year, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of travel, and
Yes.
it won't just be me and Edward reporting now.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, she has quite a few little trips planned.
It's a lovely thing.
It is.
Well, again, it highlights the history, the cultures. I mean, there's so much there when I was looking at that, and I don't spend a lot of time. I can't get sucked too much in the social media side, apart from, say, LinkedIn or something. But boy, that really jumped out. That was some wonderful stuff. So I can't wait to hear
Yeah.
the stories and stuff from that.
Yeah.
The pictures are gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
They are.
They are.
Apparently, the food is
gorgeous.
pretty good too.
It looked it. Yep, and she got to meet her Australian family. She got to meet Chris while they were before
The
they went up
Netherlands.
to Athens in the
Yeah.
Netherlands. Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
There's nothing like meeting your Karelian family from somewhere else. It's an amazing thing.
That's true.
It is. Especially when they have awesome showers, right, Lori?
Oh my God, you're not kidding. That's the truth. Yeah. Blood sacrifice and all. Yeah, it was worth it just for the shower.
We might want to explain what happened.
Okay.
Lori's husband was mauled by the tree.
Yes. Well, Lori and her husband and Lord Don and Sir Ed were all here in Nashville for Pagan Pride Day 2022. And I happened to have a rather large walk-in double shower. Lori was
Yes, it
not
was very
happy with the facilities in her hotel room. So I told her to come over and she could shower at my house. And I just said, come shower at my house. And when I took her to the bathroom, she squealed.
I did. I squealed. I like.
It is quite a lovely bathroom.
It is quite a lovely bathroom indeed.
And I'm positive I will, get a text from Lori. Hey, I'm within 100 miles of your house. Anyway,
kind of dirty and you shower. Yeah, that would happen.
And yes, we replaced the ritual tree at Pagan Pride Day. The one we had been doing ritual around had to be taken down because it had been diseased. So we planted a new tree as part of main ritual. And in the process of prepping it for planting, Lori's husband shed blood.
Yep.
Oh.
And then limped for the rest of the weekend.
Yes. and for a
beyond.
while after, I think it's still not completely healed, his toe.
Oh, wow.
It's still, the nail hasn't fallen off yet, but it's still black. And they check it. They're actually check it every 3 months. So no, seriously, it was bad. When was Pagan Pride? October
1st.
Yeah.
I did not realize he was still having
trouble. It was that bad. It really was.
I did not realize it. Oh my goodness. Poor Chad.
Yep.
Oh, and I didn't tell you this earlier when we discussed this. Just a moment.
Oh, I've been dying to see it. The piece that was left.
Yeah, Lori knows about this. This was my Yule present from my son-in-law. It is a root from the original tree.
Ooh.
He saved it for me and gave it to me for Yule.
Okay, so I need you to flip it and let me see like the whole entire thing of it.
And we want to say hello to Pamela Maxwell Griffith, who is in the chat room.
Hey, Pammy!
Hi, Pam.
Hello.
Beautiful piece. That is gorgeous. I can see some stones put in there. The flat
Yeah.
part could be like a little burning thing for incense.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, right now it's just sitting on my ancestor altar.
It's gorgeous.
You
I'm
could
not
just keep
sure
it
what
hand to deal with intruders.
Yeah.
I could what?
Keep it at hand so you can deal with intruders.
Yeah. Well, that's Helen's job.
Ah, well, that's true.
Well, that's true. And there's
And we want
Hella.
to say hello to Melanie Silver, who is in the chat room.
Hi, Melanie.
Melanie.
And Melanie is from Panthea Temple in Chicago. We have known her for 30-some years.
Yes.
Hello.
Long time.
Yep.
And she is doing the Order of the Library within the tradition.
Oh my.
Oh, wonderful.
It's interesting to stop and think about the old days in Chicago and all the people who are no longer there, and the ones who are. I'm hoping to get up there sometime this year and see people. I mean, I remember Donna Colschultz from the Temple of Sacred Stones, who passed close to 20 years ago now, I think.
Oh.
And Victoria Carlson, who passed more than 20 years ago. They were the two grand matrons of the community. The two elder priestesses. And Lady Dina, who passed away some years ago. She was the Icean Archpriestess. I used to work with her extensively. I used to work with them all extensively.
And Dina was my mentor of the Fellowship of Isis.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And they are having the Fellowship of Isis Chicago is having a reception at the Sunday after Parliament.
Oh.
And I'm thinking that I will try to go to that.
Very cool.
At the Life Force Arts Center, which is run by Joan Forrest Mage, who is prominent in the fellowship.
Nice.
Because there are the number of Iceans coming to the Parliament also.
Right.
And among the many other lines of job description, I'm also an Icean Archpriest and a member of the Triad Union.
Very cool.
Although that's through being a Knight Grand Commander of the Noble Order of Terra. Because, you know, one title is not enough.
No. Gotta have that long name, right, Lady Stuff?
Oh.
I have a number of things through the Fellowship of Isis because their titulary works differently from ours. And so I am a priest, an adept, a hierophant, an archpriest, a knight commander of the Noble Order of Terra, an archdruid of the Druid clan of Dana, and a member of the Triad Union.
Wow. So Jared is saying goodnight. Jared, we're so glad that you are back home. A tree, I don't know if everybody knows, a tree had fallen on his home.
Yes.
Ooh.
They were in a hotel for a while, and he is back home now. Yay.
Yay.
Home for New Year.
The new year at home, Jared.
Yes.
And the Lord Jared is such a sweet man.
Yes.
He
Absolutely.
is.
Yep. And Donna.
Yes. Well, in the Fellowship of Isis, I'm just a lowly magi. And I'm happy with it. That's it. I just devote all my time related to, I am a Krillian.
Yes.
And I'm just
No, we are glad.
a little smidgen of that wonderful tradition, Fellowship of Isis. I mean,
good.
Robertson was an amazing woman.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And I still have all of her literature and will reread it. So I'm not knocking her or the tradition. I love it. But, you know, the Krillian tradition, what are you going to say? You know?
Yeah.
We have a lot in common with the fellowship.
Yes.
I'm glad I only...
Go ahead.
I'm glad I only had to read your Corellian titles for the list. That was quite enough.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a huge undertaking to introduce the entire Witan with their full titulary. We must do it again sometime.
No, please no.
We already have it recorded. I don't see why
Well,
we
that-
can't just
We
add
could.
any.
But there are a few new people.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I do understand the reason why. I really do. And I know you do too. And yet I always feel that what comes first for me is that I always want to feel that I feel that I'm approachable to everyone.
And I hope for that as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I know you do. And when people haven't met you yet or haven't met me yet, they don't know. And so once they meet us, okay, that's not even an issue.
Yeah.
But until then, for me, I just try to just say Rev Steph and just leave it
And
at
that's
that.
usually what I do too.
Yeah, exactly. I know you do. I know you do.
Except for the most formal occasions.
And me too. Yes. But
I
yes,
mean, for the New Year's address, we both use all of our much of our titulary.
Well, of course, yes.
Well, it's official letter going out to the general public.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
And it will be out tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes. And it's, really, it comes down to approachability.
Yeah.
Lost one of my black feathers. Okay.
No.
I
have to say that the outfit looks wonderful.
Put it on one of your smudge sticks.
Huh? Put it on my what?
One of the smudge fans. Just stick it in there.
Oh, yes. That's what I'll do. Okay.
I'm hoping to get out and travel
Mary.
more this year as well.
My newest hat, y'all. It was
I
a
like that.
Yule gift.
It's very
from my
nice.
Oh,
dear
very pretty.
friends, Tom and Lucy Jameson.
Nice.
Tom 3D printed all the pagan symbols on it, and Lucy macrame the band.
Wow.
How beautiful. In the
Yes.
chat room, Deborah Orff is saying good night. So good night, Deborah. Thank you for being here.
Deborah.
Good night.
Not quite good till midnight, I'm afraid.
Not
But it's only
that
23
far.
minutes now.
23 minutes.
And then we'll have the first one.
And I'm not sure how every year I approach this, but I never it's like, why do I put so much pressure on that one day of the year to do those things that I intend or want to do? And I don't, I'm not taking away from New Year's Eve, but it seems like there's things there that I bring up that it's like, okay, why aren't you doing that every day? Why isn't that a part of who you are each day? So I think there's aspects of that I need to really hunker down on this year. And a lot of it may be the creative side. A lot of it is introspective work again, really cross-checking assumptions that I have about life and who I am. And especially as you get older, and you see people passing away around you, it starts to, how can I focus in on the things that are most meaningful at this stage and lift up my wife, my daughter, and make sure that they're successful. So there's a lot of things there, but when you talk about those things, it's like, okay, how do you make those actually a part of every day? You bring that magic also into every moment, and you bring your intention into each day, not just say, I'm going to do it that day. And then you kind of fizzle away. And it's like, oh my gosh, now it's the end of the year. Did I do what I said I was going to do last year? So hopefully for me, just to start that off, this is a year of maybe more creative work. That's the area I want to, writing, music, or particularly in this community too, being more involved. And I've tried to do that and use the end of this year to kind of segue into it. And I think the telethon started with that.
Awesome.
And then trying to bring others into it. I have a friend who I've gone out here in Los Angeles. He does some great teaching. So I'm trying to bring him on board so people can expand and be aware of what he's teaching. And that's why I brought it up earlier with Ed about how that works for when people need to advertise about the services or the knowledge or insights or the music or whatever they're bringing to the community. So anyway, so it's kind of a mixed bag for me. It's a mixed feeling of, I know many times I'll make those commitments and not stick to them.
So
And
don't
at
set
the
a
same time-
resolution. Just go into the new year with a clean
Yeah.
slate and a fresh start.
Well, and
I
it's
don't
also
set oh, I'm going to stop this or I'm
Yeah.
going to do this, because then when you don't do it, it's the negative aspect of it. But if you just go
Yeah.
into the new year with a clean slate and
right.
baby stops.
Yeah. And it's not so discreet. It
Right.
honors this notion that everything is really circular and trying to get that to kind of oscillate through every day, I guess, is really the thing. One doesn't have to overthink it, but it really does have to be a part of who you are if you want to make a difference. Make that intention a part of who you are.
Right.
So I
And
think
that intention doesn't only have to come tonight into tomorrow or the next day.
Right.
That is something that you can carry
organic
with you every day. Right.
Yeah. That nature of that organic thing. How can you not force it? How can you not be binary and rigid in the thinking, but be receptive to opportunities when they come, the synchronicities of life, and try to honor those when they do come up and allow space for that, not to overplan too much. You plan just enough, but then you kind of flow with that water.
That's like
gracefully.
remembering, you have to open the door if you hear someone knocking. Otherwise, it's going to walk away.
Good point.
Well, also
I
depends
have
on
them
whether it's expecting
occasionally.
company.
Well, this is true. Crap.
I'm actually locking the door because Edward made a big point of locking the door while I was here alone.
Yes.
Because Lori does not. I probably shouldn't say that
You
on this
should
program.
not have
But, well, but that's in the past.
She does, because there's so many different doors.
Well, that's true. It all depends.
Right. You're not
But,
getting into the main house. Let's put it that
We'll
way.
take that as a metaphysical statement. Going back to what this.
Yes.
Well,
but
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
We don't like to post when we're going away. Or how long we're going to be gone for. Or,
Yeah.
It's just like, I have family that does that constantly. And I'm like, you don't know where who's listening, who's watching your house. And, you
you
don't
can
have
always say you're going away when you're not.
Right.
Well,
and wait for baseball back.
And this is one reason I shy from, and maybe I'm in the wrong for doing it, but I don't want to get caught up in too much of that social engagement aspect, because I feel like each one of those are little mini commitments. Once you start down that path of letting people know what you're doing or this or that, I don't know. In my life, I'm trying to shed a lot of those things to find that simplicity, to not be bound to these different needs to have to feed information and have to pull it in. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to work.
Absolutely. That's good. That is freedom. Good. Keep going. Yeah.
Just take pictures along the way, because we're all about the picture.
Well, and also, and as I say that, I'm trying not to be judged. I don't want to judge that either, because I know it has value. My mother before, my father before they passed, they used Facebook, and they used it in a good way to keep the family connected.
Right.
Otherwise, folks in the family, they were dispersed and wouldn't have known what they were doing. So when
That's
I say these things, it goes back to this nuance you're talking about. How can you still honor the fact that that does have the value for folks that it needs to have, just on my particular walk, my particular path. And I think that goes back to, I'm trying to cycle that back to Reverend Stephanie, which you talked about you bringing your own framework to it, to the Karelian tradition as an example. But then there's this framework that it has, this scaffolding that you can work that into. And
plus, all of us are lucky for people like you that come in with such talent, well, like all of you, with such talent, because that means I'm a better person because of all of you.
Absolutely.
And that brings up a good point on the Karelian Times I meant to bring up earlier, because I know y'all write in there, and I appreciate all the articles. And that's actually, I don't know how much you make them available on Pagan World TV. I know they're on Witch School, and that's certainly a great value add, that whole virtual box.
Yeah.
I really love it. It's like
a virtual box.
Yeah. It's a gift, and I don't know how many back issues y'all put on Pagan World, but I think this would be a fantastic resource to add more of, because of the articles that y'all do.
Absolutely.
There's so
we
much
have to do
learning
that.
in there.
Supposed
Oh.
to be updating them, but I think whoever was doing it hasn't been. So
We
Well,
may
if-
need to find someone to grab it and
Are
put
you
it up.
talking about just the paper itself?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
Well,
not the
if
box,
you
but the
ever-
paper.
Yeah, I was going to say not the box.
But I know for a fact that Lady Lori Denman posts all the times in her site.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I see them timely in the virtual box. I was just thinking of the extension of the pagan world community, seeing those as well.
Yes,
Um,
archive those. Yes. Yeah. Well, I guess Ed would know more, or Mary would know, or consider something related to that because I don't.
there is a group. There is a place for them to be posted. I do
Okay.
not
Yeah.
think they have been posted there in a
Got it.
while.
Okay, got
Well,
it.
if you need anything, Mary, from these are little. It really falls on me to be more proactive to ask these questions. But if you do need help or you do want somebody to be responsible for posting them there, and you feel like you want to give that task to me or anything like that, please let me know.
Very
Off
cool.
the side, be glad to help.
Thank you.
All right.
They do a
Thank
great
you.
job with the magazine.
Yeah,
they
it's
do.
so
And it would be nice
informative.
if it got out farther.
And your artwork is there. You pull in the artwork as the coloring, and there's
Yeah.
I don't know, it reminds me. I don't know if I mentioned to you. It's like when I was a kid getting the Weekly Reader and the Highlights magazine.
Oh,
Those
God.
were it's like, oh my God, it's like getting that next cool issue. Or when I was in the 80s, Starlog magazine. I don't know if you remember that,
Oh,
Fangoria.
yes.
I still am a subscriber to Fangoria, but it's one of those things where what's that next issue? Action packed, Even the little inserts that advertise things are fascinating to read,
Very cool.
But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to
Is
slip that
Highlight
in.
still out? Do they still do Highlight?
I saw something the other day at Target or one of those places that had a highlight. I don't know if it was a compendium or something. I wonder, but I still remember that. And then in the back of some of those issues, you would get this cardboard
Yes.
three-dimensional pop-up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love those.
Oh, here we go.
I do
aging
remember
ourselves
those.
again. Oh.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting. Well, first, let me say we are 13 minutes from the hour. I was going to say it's interesting what Cosmo was saying about as people you've known start to die off. And
Yeah.
my associates were usually older than me, so I've been watching them die off for a while now.
It sucks.
But I think the thing that you have to really do as you get older is continue to work with younger people, not just people of your own age, because I think it keeps you young.
Yeah.
And also that way, everybody you know doesn't die. They will outlive you.
Well, and also there's a notion of giving, maybe I'm not in the best place to say it, but the wisdom of
Mhm.
the challenges of AI. I think Ed mentioned this in the chat GPT and the way that AI is being used to create new art where people are
Mhm.
allowing it to write stuff for them. Where's the balance there? Where do you, as an artist, make your own contributions instead of letting the computer kind of build it for you? I think there's
Mhm.
value in that. I think you can brainstorm and use it for certain aspects, but
Mhm.
there's a wisdom that the new generation needs, and we're part of that. I'm not discounting any of that, but we segue into that, and there's values that are still as timeless as ever that can be brought
Mhm.
into how we think about that new phase of the human existence among AI and what it means for how we write, how we take tests, how we create new artistic endeavors.
Mhm.
That's a big challenge. And I think that's something I want to focus more in on. Ed had really touched on it. And so
Mhm.
I feel like that's significant for 2023 in a big way.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
sure it will be, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, dealing with the advances in technology will really change our lives. But I think we have to remember that we are in control of how we use them.
Mm.
And so
Right.
we should use them to change our lives for the better. There are a lot of things AI can do beautifully artwork wise that I don't necessarily want to spend my time doing. But I still want to create the art myself. But I can see how it could also be useful with that. That's how I felt about computer-generated artwork. Because I'm an old-fashioned hand artist. I do some things on computer, but it's never been my specialty. And it does some beautiful things, absolutely. But there's still room for handmade art.
Well, I think it's confronting it, but not losing a sense of our soul and who we are as a person, because it's almost like you could crowdsource in a way. The AI has all the algorithms informed by all the training that it's done through machine learning. So how much of that do you incorporate within yourself versus if you took that away, what is still within you that's true and honest and represents who you are as a human versus that which has been kind of conglomerated together. I mean, you feed it some text and it creates that artistic output, or that piece of writing, but how much of that is you? I mean, you still have to keep hold of who you are amidst all of that. And I think that's the challenge in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the degree books that we brought out this year, I did a lot of what I call photo collage, where I used little bits and pieces of different photos to make the picture rather than drawing it by hand. Which in its own way is very different than drawing by hand, but was still very creative. But that's because I was still in control of the process. Yeah. I think that really is the key, that some people obviously will not choose to be in control of the process, and that's fine, but others will. And I think that that you're right. We need to use the AI artwork in such a way that it's augmenting, not replacing.
Yeah, because it does have its value. I mean, especially for somebody who may not be capable of expressing in a certain way, and they use a tool to enable and kind of bring out from within them something they had, but they couldn't quite articulate.
Yeah.
And so you get those nudges through tools like that. But yeah, it's going to be a challenging time the next 20, 30 years.
Oh, yeah. Yes. But, every time is, because we're seeing huge changes now, but the last century did too, and the century before that. And for them, they were just as profound.
Yeah.
Not as fast, because it keeps gaining speed, but just as profound in their lives. And I hope that we can use it in the most positive ways.
That's a good point, though, what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So we are coming to East Coast midnight, so something to think about. And so I want to hear out your intentions for next year. Anyone's got any intentions before we get to it? Because we are now 7 minutes away from East Coast midnight and the beginning of 2023, where the 2023 wave hits the East Coast.
Almost there.
Yeah.
Almost.
Fireworks just started.
You have such a beautiful, lovely day outside. How can you be having fireworks at this time of night?
I am going to complete my second degree in 2023.
Yay!
Yay!
I said that for 2 years.
Well, I just
About
said it on
third.
TV.
Awesome.
For me, the biggest thing is Parliament.
Yes.
And all that goes
that is
with
my biggest
that.
thing. Yep. Making the connections and
the build up to it.
Yep.
Because there is so much to be done.
Well, I think in a lot of ways, this Parliament for me is like what we often call a singularity, which is I can't imagine what's beyond it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been working at it for so long and doing so many things with it. And, I'm just living my life. Now, I will say that I am going to be involved in politics this year, at least for a couple of months, in the city of Chicago, too, because the alderman which destroyed my business is trying to run for mayor. So there's a little
that's
bit
interesting.
Oh, yeah, it's about to say. I'm going to start doing a campaign called "You Know Where the Bodies Are Buried." But in a lot of ways, I think I'm very fortunate. I've gotten to be very fortunate this year. the year started out last 2022 with the same energy I ended the year with, is that I want certain key things and certain growth and everything. But how that manifests for 2023 is going to be very different. I wanted to travel. I was on the road for like 6 months this year. This year, I don't want to travel. I want to create network events, which I want to network with people. I want people to be more connected. I think Pagan World TV Project is going to give me a lot of it. Pagan World Project underneath it. People don't realize there's a whole project underneath Pagan World TV. It's not just Pagan World TV, but there's a whole project underneath it. So I really want to have that set up for Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's great. I think Janet said best. I want to live more in the moment and be present for my 2023. But I think it's going to be a very intense year.
Yeah, I think it will.
And I
was just going to say, I second Janet's comment there as well. The one of the moment. I couldn't have said it better. That's a great mantra. So I wanted to second that, Ed. Sorry.
Absolutely.
I do think that's a great mantra. I do think the biggest challenge we're going to face is that in a world growing negative, I mean, you've got negative politics, you've got negative Taiwan, you've got wars and rumors of wars and everything else. For us to have an upbeat message, which I think we deserve and to have, is going to be the most difficult aspect of saying that positive aspect. Just saying things are really better than you think they are.
Yeah.
You know, we're growing, we're being healthy. I definitely saw it when I just did a thing where we were talking about elder care and we couldn't stay on the subject, like what we're going to do in the future, because they were so engrossed with what the abuses of the moment were. Like, well,
yeah,
no, come on, we got to deal with this other stuff too. It's very difficult. So
yes, it is.
Third degrees, I see second degrees, so a lot of commitment to clergy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm close to finishing my first degree, so I got to get that done. Make sure it's before the Parliament.
Yay! Awesome.
Very good.
It's going to be very interesting that this year in the Parliament, they're going to ask for defending freedom. And I think we have a lot to say.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, they may. I think the question may come up how much they really want to talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully they do.
Well, there's always a question, too, as to what people mean by freedom. And so sometimes the discourse can go quite a while on understanding what the most valuable aspects of freedom are and what that means currently. So that's a big word.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, it's like peace. And, you know, the point I always make is that peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It's a world in which we can all live without being persecuted for who we are.
Yes. Yeah, we're humans. There's always going to be some sort of conflict. It's a matter of how we all get along with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a matter of how we deal with conflict.
Yes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, so which means we take out big clubs and beat anyone who disagrees with us, right?
There we go. Done.
Oh, consensus decision making.
Oh, you guys are amazing.
And 2 minutes.
Does everybody have their glasses?
Got my bottle.
Hey, yeah.
Chad, got your bottle? Chad said hello to everybody.
Hi, Chad.
Hi, Chad.
Happy New Year. Chad, everybody says Happy New Year. Hi, Chad.
I have my saucer of fake champagne.
Your saucer?
Yeah.
Coconut rum.
Schnapps.
Ginger ale.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm just not a big drinker. And what do you? I mean, I've tried. But
I'm not either, but I do enjoy a little schnapps now and then.
Yeah.
Chad, Lord Mike said hello.
I'm pagan, but I never touched alcohol. I'd probably enjoy it too much if I did. So
okay.
No sense in starting now.
That's right. Yeah.
Don't lead Ed into temptation. He probably knows
Hey,
And
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Happy New
The
Year.
wall has dropped
Here.
Yes.
to year 23 Aquarius. May it be wonderful. And Draco asks if a bottle of Blue Moon works. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anything
So I
works.
actually just watched some people from, I think it was Australia, trying different American beers.
Oh,
Oh, no.
They were, oh my God, it's too sugary. This is disgusting. This is water. The only one they approved of was the Blue Moon. Just saying.
I think by international standards, most American beer is not well thought of.
No.
I won't say none of them, but most.
Yeah.
It's actually quite interesting. I have peach schnapps with a little bit of butterscotch schnapps, and they go together better than I would have thought.
Yeah, I love it.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
And I can hear the fireworks going off in the distance.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I muted for a second. So I have something. Well, I'll wait for Lady Steph to come back, but somebody said something in the chat that I would like to talk about.
But then we drive Mike to drink.
No. It's the way that they said that they were only a first or a second degree.
Hello, Diane.
Hi,
Glad to
Diane.
have you here.
Happy New Year.
Hello, Kazan. Nice to have
Hi,
you here.
Happy New Year. I don't know who it was, but I just saw it go by. And he said, I'm only a second degree. I think it was Reverend Mike M.
I believe it was.
And it's the word only that got me. Because I remember
Second degree
saying
is a
that.
wonderful thing.
Yeah, any degree is a wonderful thing. Out of court is a wonderful thing. You're not just only something, you're something. The word only just
They're all important.
It makes it that you think you're less important than, and that's not at all true. If there are no first degrees and there are no second degrees, there's nothing to look forward to for third degree. And if there's no out of court, it doesn't matter how many degrees there are, there's no one for us to teach to or to help or to grow with. So I think that saying that you're only a second degree isn't giving yourself enough credit for what you are and who you are. So you're a second degree. Yay.
It's good to be second degree.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
Michael informed us that Lady Stephanie is on her way back.
Okay.
She'd like to go wish him and kiss him Happy New Year.
That's why I forgot to mute the microphone, so I'm sure you all heard me kiss, but yeah. Yeah. So I just feel like, you're not only, you are.
So I'm going to draw a card because I can't help myself.
Okay.
For the year that has just started. And I've drawn the Princess of Coins.
Oh, again, you're reading for me?
And let me draw a couple more. Five of Wands. And the Stars. And the Princess of Coins is having the skill you need and almost ready to go with it. The Five of Wands is conflict around you, and the Stars is hope. So it's basically what came out before.
Similar to as earlier, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the cards will do that to you. They will stick their little cardboard tongue out if you keep asking the same question and tell you exactly the same thing because they already told you.
Nothing has changed in 3 hours.
Yep. So just to catch you up, Lady Steph, I was saying when you walked away, I was waiting for you to come back, but I didn't know how long you were going to be.
Okay.
Somebody had put in that they were only something, like they were only a first degree or they were only a second degree. So I don't like the word only because it's taking away from who and what you actually are. And I know you have something to say on that also.
Absolutely. each and every one of us, it took millions and trillions of years to be formed by Goddess and God. Millions. We were so lovingly and fearfully created. And so there is not a single person that has any kind of any only attached to them. They are greater and inexhaustible energy that we still have not discovered within our own selves. We are bigger than anybody can ever imagine, but the Krillian tradition can help you with that.
Yeah.
So yes, I don't like anyone lording anything, especially titles and their age. Like, well, I'm older than you, so I know more, or I'm younger than you and I know more, or even just any of that ageism. I don't like anything to be divided up related to age or titles. I want everyone to see everyone that, well, wait a minute, we are all in this one big salad. Okay, that's a bad analogy, but anyway, we're all in this one big salad, and I will open myself up to everyone here in this salad and hope you do the same for me. And there's young and there's old and there's middle and there's all kinds of skills and talents and information.
And we're all equally crunchy.
And are all equally and all of that, and it will work out instead of just saying, okay, everybody get in a line, right? All the young people over there, and all the people that are cultured are over here, and all those that have first degrees, and all those over here that have masters over here. No, let's just just about organically receive from every. I like to call it doesn't sound very pleasant, but I like to call them creature teachers, because I think every creature, we're a creature.
Right.
I know I'm going downhill now, aren't I? But
it's okay. The boa saves it.
Yes, we're all teaching each other, including ourselves. So, end of lecture.
Well, you're right. The place people mess themselves up is when they think they have nothing more to learn.
Oh,
and there is never a day when that is true.
Yes,
and
yes.
It's also a great point. Every time I open my mouth, I say, well, there's times you don't do this, so you can be hypocritical. I'm talking to myself in my inner dialogue, but I try to apply that principle even for people who are like 20 or 30 years younger than me, or because everybody, you strip all that away, and we're souls with different experiences and different cycles of existence we've gone through. And you have to, that doesn't have any of those superficial aspects to it. You have to see people much deeper at that level, like you say, regardless of age, any aspect. There's something deeper. It gets behind all the materiality of the existence. And when you start to see people that way, I think you can do great things. And it could be simple things, even in your workspace. I mean, people I work with now, there's a whole range of ages, but how can you treat everybody and honor them, understanding that everybody has their own life path that they've come through? I don't know. It speaks to not going down that path of ageism or any of those other aspects. There's just no way you can do it if you start thinking that way.
Yes.
It's a bigger way to think.
Yeah, but I understand why it's so easy to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, here's a box.
We're part of this world, right? I mean, we're in this space, this materiality. It's easy to get groomed into that. But I think that's, again, the challenge. Even going through the first degree teachings, any of that will cultivate that awareness, that intuitiveness of seeing the world in a deeper way. And I think that's important to your point, just to play off your point there.
And that would be a yes, Lord Mike.
What did Lord Mike say? What did he do?
Am I having hot flashes?
Oh, that is rude.
Yes,
Mike.
thank you.
And yet,
trying to hold it down far enough, but it's not working.
but the child also teaches the adult. I mean, my daughter, and there's things, and we talked about it. These questions that can be so. It might seem so off the wall on the surface, but they capture something deep, and we have it in our dream states. And I think I've taken a class that you have, Reverend Stephanie, on dreams and stuff. That's in my thing too. And you've talked about this and the dreams and being in touch with. Yeah, and so, I mean, of all places, we come up with these crazy nonlinear ways of connecting stuff, and the questions that come out of that, just
So
I don't know. It just kind of all loops back to the teachings there and the discussion, and but kind of honoring all that uniqueness that we are at the same time.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. Yep.
One time, Lady Lori Denman did a presentation in probably one of the Unitarian churches there.
Yes,
in Jacksonville.
yep.
I
I know
thought
exactly which one you're talking about.
good because she said, okay, and she had, I guess, like tons of clothes over her, and each layer.
It's called the stripper sermon.
Yeah.
The stripper sermon.
No, for real.
And she would describe herself that, okay, I am a
banker.
Right. She would go in like, I'm a priestess. I'm a reverend. And then to take off something, I'm a banker. And so people think of me in those terms. And I'm a gamer. She came up with all kinds of things that she is. And I thought that was a brilliant way because people will quickly throw you in a box. Like, for example, like where you come from. Or a person says, okay, you're a New Yorker. Right away, they have a vision of you and think they can size you up by simply knowing where you live. And that's not the case. Or California. Right away, they size you up thinking, right, yes, right. Or you live in the South right away, like that. So just by a single little thing about where you live, not everyone, but some people size you up so quickly, and it's silly.
Judgmental.
It's just so
And it goes back to the doors comment. I was trying to drag that metaphysical notion of you close the doors immediately on learning the depth of what somebody can represent. And I'm surprised at how many times people just surprise me. And, the more you get to know them, but you're right. As soon as you put that little thing there, those doors start to close, and you got to find ways to reopen it.
Yes.
So
I have to say, I love your husband so much.
Okay.
I just love him.
What did he say now?
Whatever. Everything he says, I love. Happy New Year, Lord Phoenix.
Smiling. Okay. All right.
Happy New Year, Phoenix.
Welcome, Phoenix.
Hi, Phoenix. Or Lord Phoenix.
Well, yes.
Yeah. I mean, because that's the thing that I have to be careful that I respect other people that they may want to, but even though I don't think Phoenix is like that, but I have to respect that maybe they choose to use their titles,
Well, I do
William,
that so that other people watching or listening know who he is.
Right. Good point. Well, this has been an amazing conversation with amazing, creative, critical thinker people here tonight. I loved it. Okay,
it has been quite nice.
With that, I'm going.
Have a good night, Steph. Thank you for coming.
Good night.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Bye-bye, sweetheart.
Bye.
Maybe Phoenix would like to do something. Hint.
Did she
hint?
Wait a minute. I didn't click the wrong thing or something.
Oh, did she want back on?
I'm sorry. No, I'm just trying to. Okay, well, I'm going.
Happy New Year,
Happy
Mike.
New Year, Lord Mike.
Thank you for being here.
Phoenix, would you like to come join us on air?
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
But you can if you want to.
Our Brady Bunch box is getting smaller.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, good night, Mike. Reverend Mike.
Good night, Mike.
Happy New Year.
Where did my video go?
We have 45 minutes till the Midwest New Year.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, how long?
Happy New
Thank
How
you,
long are
Phoebe.
y'all staying on? How long are you staying on?
Good night, Mike. Reverend Mike. Happy New
Oh,
Year.
sorry.
We've talked about staying on till 1 Eastern.
Oh, okay. Well, then
So,
I was going to say I might slip out and slip back in. I just wasn't sure if I would end up being the sole West Coaster and nobody would be there because, oh my gosh, if it's just me, forget it. Don't want to look at my face and I don't want to hear my voice. I can't hold up the fort that way. So are some Midwesterners joining or some other Pacific folks?
I don't know.
Oh,
We had a number of Midwesterners earlier, but I don't know if any of them are planning to come back.
Oh, Midwesterners, it's 9 o'clock
they're
is the
already
new
dead.
midnight.
Draco is on the West Coast.
Oh, awesome.
So
in Baja.
I'll be right back.
Very good.
Okay.
And Janet says that she time traveled to New Year on the East Coast. She's an hour ahead of her neighbors.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And what were you toasting with, Ed?
Oh, I just beer. Mickey's, to be particular, a Midwest delicacy I could not find down in Florida.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've run out of energy here a little bit. We don't necessarily have to persist. We've done what we set out to do and set the intent. But this year, I think it's going to be a very intense year. I think there's elements to it. I think they're so important.
Yes, indeed. I think it's a vital year for us.
Mm-hmm. I do.
Yes.
And probably for everyone.
Well, I think
do you foresee? Sorry, apologies.
Yes, Cosmo.
You're right.
I was going to ask Ed, what significant changes do you foresee in the next 6 months on Pagan World website? Are there? And then the second question I had, I wanted to check with you and see if the schedule of programming is up to date on that webpage where it shows to be announced. There's a lot of TBAs.
There's still a lot of TBAs. We're still working on filling more in it. Things that are marked properly are there. We're adding more shows. It's I wasn't going to knock it. I was just using it because I'm trying to find somebody's slot potentially. That's why I was asking. Oh yeah. No. Anything that has a TV announced is open to be a more permanent slot. I can't really tell you where we're going. I know what I'd like it to be. We're definitely going to back off some of the heavy things we've been doing a lot of, which is community development. We're a pretty heavy-handed, heavy-theme group. I mean, we're trying to build culture, and I'm realizing that's not been the best. We need to get more into. There's a lot of fans out there. I've been talking about pagan fandom, people who really want to be a part of pagan, who like our rituals, like our lighter stuff that we're doing. And we need to do more of that, do more of the, we have to, there's a lot of pagans, and I'm going to say this in a very bold way, are consumers by nature. We're a consumptive society. We consume our books. We don't treat books as specialties. We talk about how much more precious books used to be. Well, yeah, and then they had little lead letters you had to put in little boxes to just set up. And if you drop those, oh my God, everyone's going to kill you.
Yes, they would.
Not simply putting a few words on pixels, sending it to an invisible machine far away and have those books delivered to you. Now, I much prefer the world that I live in of that sort of instantaneousness. This sort of speak your own book and have a book created, have an intensity. Yeah. I think everything, then from the moment you begin to think about it to the moment it becomes into creation is shortening. That's the thing that's shortening. And for Pagan World, what that means is that, we got to get people to understand that they can build. We're a culture building tool. We don't work. This is not the same website everybody else has built. It's hard for people to understand. We did build Pagan World and Magic TV and Witch School, and we helped grow the Corellian tradition and the door system and the Paladins. We have all these different components, right? As we head into the Parliament, well, I think Pagan World is going to be the opposite of all of that. It's going to be bringing all those elements together faster. It's a directory. It's everything. It's curation. So
in the chat room, the Wizards Cupboard is saying that they love the show. They're closing the store now, and they wanted to say good night. So good night. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks for being
It's very gratifying.
And Cosmo, I can tell you about a couple of projects I've got going for Pagan World TV this year.
Awesome.
I'm working on building starting with Llamas, building a day-long programming for each of the Sabbats. So I'm collecting people to do pieces on what each of the Sabbats mean to them. And if either of you would like to do a video on what Imbolc means to you, I would love to hear it. And we'll be running at least one ritual that day, if not more. And I'm also going to be launching a show called Witch Rising, where I'll be dealing with social issues. Looking for mid-January on that. Now, I don't know where'd you go, Ed? I didn't mean to cut you off.
He was giving you the stage a bit there. Those are two significant projects. They sound like.
So those are two things I am working on for Pagan World TV.
Well, I know Ed. I don't know if you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
I wasn't sure if Ed was coming back on, but I was going to pick back up on what he was talking about fans, and I wanted to engage him on that notion of the term of citizen, and if he still felt that was still valuable, because I made an argument for that as well online when he posted that poll. I think that was a few months back, and felt that that spoke to that notion of what he was talking about, a community that actually proactively participates in some of the direction. And I think that had value apart from just the periphery of the fan base, or even vendors who want to, they have more even specific needs. So I don't know. From my perspective, I feel like those nuances there, I don't know if there's a different way if he's trying to hit a different way of going at it, but those do speak to different levels of engagement. And I think that's still going to be a reality, whether you use the term citizen or otherwise. But I always felt that was a fine word, but I didn't know if that would change. So that was the question I had for Ed, but I don't want to drag him back on here if he didn't want to be. We'll save that when he gets back.
There we go.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Oh, yeah. I saw you over there, but I didn't want to commit you to have to answer that. I was just going to speak to
and
that.
I didn't mean to cut you off if you weren't through yet.
No, go ahead. And as you were stating, what is it that you want me to finish up?
Oh, well, I was talking about the notion of citizenry. You were talking about fans, and you made an important point. I still think that there's different levels of engagement that I think you tried to get to with that notion of a citizen or the notion of vendor. What do you feel about that now going forward, though? Because it seemed like you were talking to that some, and that you said you wanted to maybe move things a little bit different.
So we're going to definitely focus on the fan aspect. There is definitely an aspect of paganism that's culturally personality based. No way around it. Oberon, we see it with all the elders, Starhawk, and everything else. There's no way around it.
That makes sense now. That makes sense. I'm glad I re-asked it.
You're right, Raven Wolf and everyone else, and now we have our own. Don Lewis has his fans. We all have these people who we follow, like American celebrities. There's a growing celebrity status for pagans. That is coming, and that means you want to be part of it. You want to join it. It's kind of fun. Pagan world citizenship is about really a responsibility or commitment to the future. And just like Witch School was a lifetime member, and everybody who became a member, a lifetime member of Witch School, also then took on an extra burden. People don't understand when they made that commitment. We made a commitment, but so did they. And today they're the leadership of our tradition.
Yeah.
So many different ways. I mean, they're the leadership. They got a certain. They may talk about earlier joking about $19.99 or $29.99 memberships, but that's not what they really gave. What they gave once that commitment was their lives, their energy, their commitment to long-term goals. I mean, today they're archpriesthoods and they're elders and they're third degrees and all of this. So citizenship for me is along those lines. Once you're there, it's a commitment of us to kind of maintain the systems, but it's also then aspects of asking them to kind of build back on those as well. What are we going to do? What is it that we're constructing, and what are we going to build over the long-term project? That's really the goal. And for us right now we see this year, like in the last couple of days, it's really consolidated down on what we have to do over the long run. Pagan World TV is about creating an attention machine that brings people into the community, that then will bring people to find more members of the community in the Pagan World site, so that the vendors and the sponsors can get more income so they can actually survive. And the problem is all of this is that we are, as a community, unwilling to talk about attention. So my goal for citizenship is building the long-term infrastructure, such as Witch School, such as the Paladins, such as the various orders, as Pagans Tonight Radio has been. So we have these similar structures that people can fit in and they need to, right? And there are hundreds of names that'll be involved, and the assets that'll be involved, and non-digital assets will be involved, all that. I think the citizens of the long run will be able to take care of it. I think that's a longer process. Fandom, though, is immediate. It's hot. It's a temporary and long-term situation. And we're about to see We're All Witches, which is by AMC, and we're going to see the Mayfair Witches come out this year. And then you've got all these sort of witches. So you have a real fandom right now around witchcraft. And they're interested in it, and they may spend only very little money. They may not spend a lot of money. They may want to just learn a little bit. They may be like Christers in the Christian religion, which is Christmas Eve. They may be Sabbath witches. Halloween. I mean, this is the year we have to deal with, and I think they're growing fast. I think more and more people are saying it because they have the books to give them permission. They don't know people around them. Right. We can't reach them, just like I couldn't reach them. So I reached them first with email, right? At first I started a website in GeoCities that became Telepath Media, and we were handing out the lessons that way. Then we were handing them out by email and couldn't keep up. Then we automated the system that we're still not to be able to keep with all of this sort of people coming in. And we had Pagans Tonight Radio, which we had thousands of listeners here. For years, we were like the biggest thing around, Pagans Magic TV. Still can't keep up with everybody. Nobody can keep up with the traffic. We can't keep up with the traffic. We can't keep up with the traffic. Pagan World TV is now going into the smart TV world where we can't keep up with the traffic. We cannot keep up with the traffic. So the best way to deal with that is to accept and continue to do what we've done. But nobody's handling the amount of traffic that's coming across the board. No one imagines how much traffic is coming across the board. And to be perfectly frank, everybody's really underestimated. They're over-exaggerating the numbers of committed people and underestimating the number of casual people.
Right.
Because they're all looking for followers. They're looking for this sort of dedicated, crunchy, we're all going to march arms in arm and we're all going to be great pagans. And they're ignoring the largest thing. I'm not a great pagan, but I'd go to that spot and give you $10. I will go ahead and buy that book from you. I will go ahead and, you see this is crunchy, lovely ice cream made by a pagan at a pagan dessert place. I'll eat that. We're underestimating that value. And that is where Pagan World TV and Pagan World really exists for, is to get us to get into more mundane, more important, more direct communication networking. So I'm not just buying a bar of soap or an incense. I might buy a muffin from you. Wouldn't that be different, right? Or on the other end of it, you're a highly professional individual who does acupuncture or computer sciences, and we need somebody who at really high end who can do very small jobs for us. Very expensive small end jobs. So that's a big skill. So I think Pagan World TV is going to focus a lot more on skills than degrees, more on attention than we are going to on intention. We're going to try finding all these people and see if they want to play with us. Mm-hmm. And the citizenship over time, those will be the fans, will be the general members. And we get 4,000 to 5,000 clergy members out of about 300,000 total student capacity. So will Pagan World be. We're going to have a lot of fans come to this, and we're going to have a lot of people watching shows. People are going to do that. But only a very small people are going to want to say, I want to help manage this. I want to have a voice in it. Hmm?
Is there a sense that you, I don't know how to say this, but is there competition for that going forward?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And where do you see that in that regard as far as challenges of competition? Or do you see that, I think you've expressed this before, that's a good thing if you're opening up and expanding it, how the pagan community is being presented and broadening the education, but for like when you're streaming on Roku or you're thinking about the survivability and what are the
all of these, because
yeah.
So you get down to the brass final tack. Until we're training our own children in our own system and they're coming up into economically viable adults, we're not done. Anything short of that is cultural, entertainment, fun. Until the day we can take over our children's education from the state and raise them to be viable, functional, working adults, we haven't gone far enough. We're never going to be, we have a chance of being wiped out. Because it's in that educational process that we all learn from. The K-1, the kindergarten through the K-12, the early college, right, is where we really build our culture, as well as our science and understanding. Anything short of that means we're not in charge of our own fate. We're not in charge of our own society. That's it. I mean, that is the brass. If you want to find out where is it that I think we have to be, where I'd like to see it is in that building of the real education system. I don't know if that makes any sense. So that's really the deep rabbit hole for me.
Yeah, I mean, you've elaborated quite a bit on it, very meaningfully. So you did answer my question, and you went beyond and gave me and actually reclarified some things that I wasn't thinking clear about, particularly on the fan base thing. I think that was an important point. I was latching on to it in a slightly different way, but the way you talked about it and expanded makes total sense now.
When I mention it, it's been taught to be casual. It's been taught to be, but it's what gives Britney Spears. Good night, Lori.
Good night, everyone. Lori. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone out there.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And so, people refer to it. So we're heading towards the attention economy, folks. This is what we're heading for. And it means, how much attention can I get to my project? What is Kickstarter but an attention building machine that funnels attention to creators and forces them all into competition with each other with $0 tools, but definitely forces them into competition. So to answer the competition question is, everything's a competition. I mean, who's going to hold your attention? Who's going to hold you? So there's this idea that called mind share. How much mind do you hold? So when I mention, what is your favorite soda? First of all, is it soda or pop? Okay, and that is what? Is that Dr. Pepper?
Yep.
And do you remember the song for it? Do you remember any theme songs?
Oh my gosh, you're putting me on this.
Aren't we all a pepper too?
Yeah.
The fact that that's in my brain, Dr. Pepper's got a piece of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's called mind share. How much of your day are you going to spend thinking about what it is that you want and do? So we're seeing more and more people want to spend part of their mind share on ideas of witchcraft and magic and magical worlds. You know, and and those of us who really want to build a magical world because we think it's a lot more fun, it's more for us, how do we get those people who just have an interest into having more of an interest? That's attention. And as they spend more attention with that, where do they spend their dollars or their shekels or their whatever types of money they spend? Yes, folks, I recognize shekels are a 2-coin system, but where do they spend those? Where do they build their resources? And you get into the fight that I had the other day, the one I spent more time than I cared to mention, called the Oberon situation. I've been calling it out. He sent out a crisis letter. I'm in trouble again. I had to move again. And we have to, they're looking for these resources. Where at the end of the day do we build these resources? And then I got into a conversation, and the goal of some of the people were there, oh, we're solitaires and we're practitioners at the corner, and we have our difficulties and we can't make it to the ritual. They should accommodate us. Why? And then expect us to spend our resources with them because they said they're pagan and that they insulted that we're not part of any of the traditions and things like that. 80% of the people in the pagan community are solitaires. They don't want that deep commitment. So we have to give them other ways to support us. Books, television. They just want paganism and Wicca as a way of life to change the way they think about the world. If we think of fandom as changing the way some people think about the world and share our point of view, Taylor Swift is a good example. She has such a fan base, right? She can actually do real good. That's what I'm talking about. Where we have enough people agreeing with us to go, we want to do this. Well, I wouldn't do that normally, but I will do it with you because I like what you're doing. That's a fan base. A citizen, a citizen will be, hey, we've got a problem here. How are we going to handle it? And be part of the process to solve it.
Yeah, and I think you brought this up before, and I'm staying in subject, but building credibility and also weeding out non-credible things within the community there's certainly an aspect to that, I would suppose, right? The more it expands, the more you have to, how do you see that? Maybe that's a question. How do you see navigating, making sure that the boundaries aren't so wide that it becomes diluted in a wash with things you may not want? Yeah.
I can't.
But do you have is it an important thing to think about over time? I'm bringing it back to people who might be fraudulent or.
No, at the end of the day, no.
Yeah.
I tell them I won't waste my time. I don't waste my time looking for no's. The fraudulent weed themselves out. They get caught. They get arrested. They get persecuted. As long as we don't try to get in the way of it. Now, the worst crime that we ever committed in the community, we did it when I was younger, is that we would protect the predators. We had one particularly bad predator in Chicago. His name is no longer spoken about. Real predator. And every time somebody would go after him, the community would go after the individual because they didn't want the community to be exposed because they thought if we caught a predator in our community, it would look bad for our entire community. So we let this predator lead and steal and abuse people for years and years until we finally stood up. Right? So the problem with this idea of we couldn't do anything about it until the community wanted to do something about it. So we can't do anything. And what we did do is we got in the way of the process that would have saved it. They got in the way of people prosecuting, pressing charges. They got in the way of talking people to not to send this man to jail. So, yeah. So when they did that, that was wrong. That was hard. But, today, today we're in a lot of different places and there are a lot of different groups. I mean, I'm talking about the different religions. So all we can do is set the best example we are, be the good guys. And we've seen this again and again. Yeah, $681 and 5 people for our opening of the Kickstarter. Fantastic opening. We funded it fully right off the bat. We'll see how it does over the next few days. See if we sell the other copies. So instead of trying to figure out how to stop the negatives, because I think there's a lot of things in place to do that, right? And I watched them die out. How can we build the good? So it's really about building the good. Either we tear down everybody else's building, or we build this, to get the world's, tallest building. Either we build the world's tallest building, or we tear down everybody else's. And it's just too much work for me to work against these. If I know it's a fraud, I'll mention it. I want Pagan Nightly News up again. It's just too much work. It ended up being more work than, even now, it's still more work than I can handle. Because we could report on things like that. If they're a fraud, with police verification, with good journalistic techniques, find frauds, we could report them, we would look a lot more credible.
Mm-hmm.
So letting them exist, you're right, does cause credibility problems, but there's really nothing we can do. In fact, some of them get richer and richer, no matter how much I don't like having them in the community. But all we can do is be the best we can and try to outlast them, outwork them.
Yep. Yeah. So, wow, that was a big discussion on the citizenry,
yes.
so to speak. That was a good one. You could have that whole video. Yeah.
I don't think people understand it. I think I gave them a concept that's. So I've been pretty right about a lot of this stuff. And as we get towards our midnight and and what I'm really committed is that there's an idea of cyber nationhood emerging, cyber tribalism. And what I mean is, where do you get your resources? In your safety, in your net. Well, we're not going to be, this is a small little room, right? This is a kitchen table right now. And we got 12 people out there watching and people will see it, but it's a kitchen table. It's just not a kitchen table in the same physical space. So where do we get our resources? Where do we get our energy? Where do we get our energy from? Where do we get our support from? Right? We talked about Ebony, how she changed her life. I mean, literally, her life turned around because she did so much work online to help people. And then when she asked for help, we were able to help her.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're helping her in a big way. It changed her course we literally changed the course of her life. And she did
Absolutely.
it by, and so crowdfunding. So I think a lot of this is where we're heading into, citizenry, dealing with the idea of it. And the assets bill, there's a lot of assets. And we're going to have a new set of laws changed by what they're written on, literally if they're on parchment or paper, how they're stored, how they're manufactured, how they're taught. And we're about to change it all into algorithms. We're going to go away from the day of theism, then humanism, to dataism. We're in the middle of a process of that. And what does paganism look like out of that? That's where the citizenry comes in. We want to be citizens of that data-based culture. And who's going to control it? I believe in republics. I believe in democracy. So that's the other side of it. But I'm also seeing it's not for everybody. A lot of people would rather just be fans, and that's okay. And I just carry my, Don tells this story about Brendan Trepp. But it's a story. And that's what I'm writing. He was at festivals, and he got so mad. He wrote some really brilliant books, some people really great books. And he kept saying to people, wow, they don't want my books. They want the ones with the pretty rhinestones on it. So what's the lesson of that? Brendan should have put bloody rhinestones on his books and they would have sold. No, he was so stubborn about the fact that they're selling rhinestone-covered books and he was selling real books. He let himself fail.
And the moral of the story, if you see that rhinestones are selling, slap some damn rhinestones on them.
That's what fandom is about. Getting into this late night, if I was watching, it's like some people want the serious citizen work, and we're going to give it to them. We're going to need them to really build over the long run. But that's only be a couple of hundred to a couple of thousand people. But we need to have all these people who want to be fans and learn just to make a better assumption to to buy a membership to kind of support us. Really need to focus on that fandom, the rhinestones.
Yep.
I hope nobody cuts out that part, but it's
No,
the truth.
yeah, thank you for that. That was again, substantive discussion from you. I really appreciate it.
So one of the reasons I don't talk too much because I'm not good, very good at small talk and the small explanations. People tell me.
Your explanations are always deep. They're good, but they are deep.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, and that's why Pagan World's gotten. It's hard for Pagan World right now against, say, somebody more like Fringe. Fringe is doing a fantastic job. But they're using pop culture, what I don't want. They're using old cartoons. They're using modern pagan stuff. They're using pop culture. And they're doing a great job. And I think they're very important what they're doing. But it's not very deep. It's not the deep commitment. It's like Casper the Friendly Ghost and, about Oberon and the history and things like that. It's very good. But for me, it was just not deep enough. So Pagan History and Pagan World was that deep. And now I want to get more fans around the people that we are teaching for. We're teaching culture. I don't want to use Bewitched, the television show, as my foundation for the television station. No, I mean, we could, but we don't. Is it wrong that other people do? No, it's entertainment. It's all. And you asked me earlier, who's the competition? All of that. Everything that takes your brain or mind away from this is potentially, attention.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I said I don't do social media much because it's just too many little fragmented attention layers. So yeah, you have to kind of find what's valuable to you and latch onto it. But it doesn't negate the value that it has for some. But yeah, at this stage of my life, I got to get rid of some of the chaff and find the wheat,
right,
and stick to that.
And yet, I find it very valuable because it keeps me in touch with people I have everywhere.
No, and and that was the thing I mentioned earlier. My mom and dad, they did a great job using it that way, and I saw the value. And so I think a lot of it too is just me being isolated, like you said, a solitary for the most part. And that's the way I like it. I like solitude. I like the peace of past midnight. I'm a night person. I just like that aspect. But I do appreciate what you're saying, Reverend Mary, about that. I do see the value of that.
Well, you know what they say, different strokes for different folks.
Yeah. I don't think my brain can
everyone.
And I think it's just my brain's wired to want to focus on a few things. That's just, people have different wirings in their brain, and mine's just that way. I'm an INFJ on the Myers-Briggs, so I think that's part of it too. Every time I've checked it, it's been that kind of, I don't know, certain path of thinking. But that's the great thing, right? The diversity of the group of bringing those perspectives. So I totally honor that. Appreciate it.
So there's a fine balance that we have to get. And I think the Corellians have done a great job. I think a few other groups have. I think Circle has for their own people. That we give enough value in life. We are being with each other, the attention that we give, some of the projects we have, like the magazine, if you're like a magazine writer, doing television if you're a television person, utilizing that attention thing, being a student. But the real value of what we give is this kind of connection to network to family, the idea that we connect each other and that we build enough value into our systems. Our lessons really do have a value that do make it easier for people's lives. The Paladins do real projects that really do help people. We build sort of this relationship that allows not just prayers and the usual wishes and prayers or kind of this recognition, but we've developed worldwide recognition that people have had to use. From a legal standpoint, sometimes people need a little extra resources. We can develop them, that sort of thing. And as long as the solitary people who want to be more solitary are able to find a system that can actually support then we can give them more say. But if they're
Mhm.
trying to make attention to a tradition they do not support, do not come out and practice with, who even just barely come out to the rituals, well, when it comes down to then, well, I'm old now. I've been doing this 40 years, but where's your group? Sorry, we can't help you. Nor could we do it for a person that was in business. You know, you ran a contract and the guy said, I'll never be a union worker. 40 years later, said, where's my union pension? Well, you didn't
Mhm.
want one. You know, that sort of
You
thing.
didn't want it.
And so we're running into that sort of fine line. You know, how far do you come in? And we want to be good to both sides. We're definitely focusing on hardening the people who want to say yes. Because I think we're heading for, so I do also think we're heading for a recession.
Mhm.
People out there listening this late at night, I think we're heading for a hard recession. I think we got one more year, 2023, of really excess surpluses and things like that. But we're starting to get down into critical supply lines. We're starting to see some of that changes. There's the beginning of some of those shortages. And when that hits, everybody's going to want to come in to the structures that have been built that have resources. And that's the day that's going to be the hard part, because a lot of those doors are going to be saying, no, you didn't help us build it.
Mhm.
We don't have enough to share. That's just a realism that's coming.
Yeah, and that speaks to your Order of the Paladin too, right? Because y'all do that preparation and a lot of that forethought in trying to think how you can stack up and build these repositories, not of just knowledge, but food and other aspects logistically.
Without being preppers.
Yeah.
Without being crazy preppers. We don't want the end of the world. We want, and so the thing there is that we are not trying to build a permanent solution. We're just trying to build patching systems, rescue systems. We don't want people to be preppers. We don't believe in prepping. We think society is going to survive. We might have a hurricane we might need to fix, or,
Mhm.
but we're not prepping for a civil war. That's just ridiculous. You know, that's, you know, you can't prep for that. You know, I don't care what anyone says. If you do, it warps the way you look at the world, and you want that civil war. You know, so if you prep for a civil war, you're really invested in it, and if it doesn't happen, you're going to be kind of pissed off. Huh?
I think to some extent we see that in some segments of society just now.
Mm-hmm.
We do.
Mhm.
So if you have a belief that Armageddon is a crime against humanity, which I do, the
Yes.
discussion of Revelations is a crime. It should be considered a war crime. It's talking about genocide. It's talking about murder. And instead saying we're a living religion is going to live a reincarnational life, that changes our conditions.
Yep.
So ultimately, pagan world citizenship, or the idea of pagan world, is how do we help the next set of incarnates? Are we really going to search and figure out the Dalai Lama answer? Are we going to really make that emotional and evolutionary shift where we're going to deposit things of our past lives for the future? You know, do we make it easier for ourselves in the future? That's what the citizenship is really about. The ability to pass on vast amounts of knowledge that we're gathering in a comprehensive way that the public won't be forced, that won't end up in a money machine.
Mhm.
Because all information can end up in a money machine with one sort or another, just like all the food did.
Yeah.
There's not going to be so long in the future we'll have a supermarket for ideas. It just is. I mean, and you say, well, what does that mean? People say, what do I mean by that? We used to not have grocery stores. It's a fairly modern invention.
Yep.
It took away a lot of shopping time. It took a lot of energy away, a lot of import time. We don't think about our food anymore. Not really. We think about how to prepare it. We don't think about any more of that because it's pre-prepared for us.
That's true.
And so,
at least if I'm doing the cooking.
Yeah. And same is going to happen with knowledge. So how is our knowledge going to be treated when it's treated like a chicken tender? This is a spell. It's really, you know,
commoditized.
Huh?
Commoditized.
Commoditized. And we saw that. And I saw that with tarot. Tarot's commoditized now. Completely and utterly commoditized. So. Wow.
Yeah, we're at 6 minutes to the hour.
Yeah.
Yep.
About 12 people are still watching us.
Yay. Hello, 12 people.
But I think this is probably most. But so citizenship, it really has a meaning in the metaverse of controlling the blockchain, the pagan world will eventually be built on.
Yeah,
There
and
will
I
be-
think that's my social network now, right? So I think in some ways, going back to the idea of not participating in social networks, in a lot of ways, it's just finding the right social network that one wants to be a part of, right? And so
Yes.
it's just like my LinkedIn for professional, and then I saw somebody waves, right? Draco
Yeah.
Chavez?
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yeah, we were
that,
just waving back.
yeah, so I thought I'd add that too, just so I'm.
And Reverend Draco just joined Pagan World.
Yay!
Oh,
Thank you, Draco.
so yeah, the point was that sometimes the way I talk about it is like I don't want to be all into the itty bitty nuances of daily updates and getting all that information overload for my brain, but it's also a comment like you're making of finding that right space that feels appropriate for what I want to engage in, and I think that's a large part of it. To your point.
And I think 95% of all current social media is a form of mental entertainment and mental masturbation. I will. I think a lot of it's just to stimulate our brains. And we continue on, and that we use it to encourage us to buy property and things of that nature. But 5% of it is capable of changing the world, and it has. It's made trillions of dollars. It's changed the way it functions. And tonight, it sold $681 of an open book set and started a Kickstarter program. Thank you. I mean, so
Say the name again, Lord Don.
Reverend Don's Super Omnibus of Magical Incantations and Invocations for All Occasions by Reverend Don Lewis and Sir Marianne Kay.
And so
I put it in chat.
Thank you. So I think a lot of the work we're putting out this year, for me, my intention is to build this community online and have it be able to manifest physicality. Meaning we can visit each other back in it. 12 years away from formal retirement.
And actually, I'm going to correct that link. I don't know why it missed part of the copy and paste. Ooh. For anybody who got the link, this is the corrected link. Make sure it says Make 100 at the end of it. Apologize for that.
That speaks to the very special aspect of it that it was creating. So, it's part of a special, which Kickstarter, which starts today. It's already started.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to be doing special promotions for people who make just 100 backer items, which is kind of unusual. So that this is unusual for them, so it's not an unlimited product.
Yes.
So leaving one last thought as we hit Midwest. Everything I'm going to do this next year is going to be about community development. Always has been, but more or less, how do we get communities that integrate both on and off the web? How can we get a better flow? Can we get that Witchbox directory back? Can we get more of our networking? Everybody claims they want it. Let's see if they really want it. And then we'll have the fans for the people who want the television, who want the entertainment, and for the people who want to do serious work, we have a citizenship building real organizations and long-term ideas. And I think and as much as I hate giving up being the citizen as a primary function, I realize it's really heavy for most people to understand or be involved. So it's a much smaller social network for people.
Yeah.
Whereas being a fan is easy. And we want them. We want people to be fans.
Yes. We want fans. Come be our fans.
Yeah.
Ceiling fans, floor fans, tan fans, all fans.
Mm-hmm. So Don, why don't we finish this thing off? Why don't you do a benediction as we go into the Midwest New Year, Danville, over the headquarters of the Correllian tradition.
Divine Mother Goddess, Divine Father God, beloved ancestors, we ask you to aid us in creating year 23 Aquarius as the best year yet. Help us to move forward on our many goals and help us to have a successful parliament and all of our many projects. Beloved Mother Goddess, beloved Father God, beloved ancestors, We thank you with love and with respect. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
So mote it be.
So mote it be.
And Happy New Year, everyone. This is Midwest New Year.
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
It's exploding. It exploded upstairs. And any last thoughts before we sign off?
I think it's been a lovely evening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I didn't quite hear what Ed said, and I thought I just jumped in. Sorry about that. I was going to say the Pacific's coming up in 2 more hours, so I'll hang out here.
Mm-hmm.
That was my thought.
Very cool.
But Reverend Don, I was most interested in your feedback, though. Sorry about that. See
Oh,
how
I
I just jump in?
It was a lovely evening.
Oh, yeah. It was excellent.
Lots of good conversation, lots of good people. A good way to start the year.
Definitely.
Well, folks, I guess we're gonna end the stream, and you're gonna go back to your regular scheduled programming.
Good night, everyone.
All right.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.